In the sweltering summer of 1311, a lone woman named Joanna stood accused of witchcraft in medieval York. The evidence against her was tenuous at best, a whispered rumor that she'd been seen practicing the forbidden dance under the light of a full moon. The accusations were based on a single eyewitness account from the town's mayor, who swore he saw Joanna performing a ritual involving 47 candles and an altar made from blackened oak. The mayor claimed the smell of brimstone wafted through the air as she chanted in a language unknown to him. What if this was more than just small-town gossip? What if Joanna had indeed been practicing dark magic, and her powers were stronger than anyone could have imagined? What if the mayor's testimony sent ripples through history that would be felt for centuries to come? If you're listening to this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these. Drop a comment and tell me where you are and what time it is. I read every single one. As Joanna stood before her accusers, the air in the courtroom grew thick with anticipation. You find yourself standing alongside a muddy village path on a drizzly autumn morning in 1356. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, carried by the faintest hint of wood smoke from the nearby cottages. A gentle rain patters against your face as you watch a group of villagers trudging towards the town square, their worn leather shoes squelching in the mud. One of them catches your eye, a young woman with a messy braid and a stained apron over her tunic. She carries a wicker basket slung over one arm, its contents precariously balanced as she navigates the uneven ground. As you watch, she stumbles slightly on a loose stone, and for an instant, the basket teeters on the brink of collapse before she recovers it with a hasty adjustment. Your gaze follows her to the town square, where several women are gathered around a large cauldron suspended over an open flame. The aroma of simmering stew wafts through the air, mingling with the acrid tang of burning wood and the faint hint of mold from the nearby bakery's damp stone walls. You notice that one of these women, a stout woman with a wispy crown of grey hair peeking out beneath her wimple, is scrutinizing your young acquaintance with an unmistakable glint in her eye. The greying woman raises an eyebrow as she speaks, her voice low and measured. "Godric's daughter, I see you're back from market early today." The young woman responds hastily, "Aye, Mother Alice, the rain came on sooner than expected, and I didn't want to risk getting soaked to the skin again." She glances around nervously as she speaks. Mother Alice eyes her basket with a discerning gaze. "I see you've got some fresh vegetables from the garden. How's your father faring?" The young woman, whose name is Godric's daughter, Agnes, launches into an anxious explanation of her father's health issues. "Oh, Mother Alice, father's still feeling poorly after that bout with fever last week. The doctor says he needs to rest for another fortnight or so." As you listen in on their conversation, your attention drifts back to the wicker basket. It appears Agnes has gathered a selection of fresh vegetables from her family's garden, carrots, turnips, and some wispy stalks of celery that have seen better days. You notice she's also included a few dried herbs, sprigs of thyme, parsley, and rosemary tied together with twine. Agnes's mother interjects, "Ah, yes. Your father needs to eat well if he's going to recover quickly. How many turnips did you bring back?" As Agnes rummages through her basket, a small crumpled piece of parchment slips out and onto the muddy ground at your feet. You bend down to pick it up, an exercise in patience, as the mud clings to the paper like glue. The crinkled sheet appears to be a rough sketch of a garden layout, rows marked with crude stick drawings of plants interspersed among squiggles representing paths and obstacles, a particularly large rock that's been annotated Devil's Back. You recognize some of these as familiar to your own village, an indication, perhaps, that trade routes or farming techniques have been exchanged between neighboring towns. The sketch also includes tiny annotations in a childlike hand. The notation Godric is scribbled above one row, while another appears next to what looks like a faintly recognizable drawing of Agnes herself, or so you assume. It's difficult to tell with such rough lines. You wonder if this might be some sort of plan or note left behind by Godric before his illness. Meanwhile, Agnes and her mother continue their conversation. The graying woman seems preoccupied, but tries to offer words of encouragement. "Don't worry about your father, child. He'll be back on his feet in no time. I'm sure the doctor will have him running around like a fool within the fortnight." As they speak, you notice that Agnes's basket has been joined by others similar to it. More women gather around the cauldron, and their baskets are filled with fresh produce, some of which looks as though it might be better suited for compost rather than dinner. A few feet away from this gathering stands a lone figure watching with an air of detachment, Agnes's father himself, Godric. He leans on his walking stick, as if trying to gauge the depth of his daughter's basket without actually looking at her directly. His eyes are hooded and guarded. You sense that he is holding something back. Godric nods curtly in response to Mother Alice's reassurances before turning away from their conversation, his gaze drifting towards some distant point beyond the village green. His footsteps echo through the quiet square as he walks off into the drizzly morning light. The young women around the cauldron continue preparing dinner, a slow process that seems almost meditative in its pace and rhythms. Stew simmering over an open flame, vegetables being chopped on wooden boards, and soft conversations carried by the damp air create an atmosphere of gentle purpose. As you watch this scene unfold before you, it becomes increasingly apparent how these people live their lives. Routine is woven into every aspect, from gathering food to tending gardens to trading goods with neighboring towns. Agnes's sketch has revealed a glimpse into one family's daily struggles and hopes, something often overlooked in the accounts of grand events or sweeping changes. This village life, though quiet and unassuming, holds a significance that resonates deeply within its own boundaries. The sun rises over the rolling hills of medieval Europe, casting a warm glow on the thatched roofs of the village below. You are standing in the midst of this peaceful scene, surrounded by the gentle hum of morning activity. The air is filled with the sweet scent of baking bread and the earthy smell of damp soil. To your left stands the local baker, her hands moving deftly as she shapes a batch of dough into perfect loaves. She glances at you with a nod before returning to her work. Her eyes are lined with fine wrinkles from years of squinting against the sun, and her dark hair is tied back in a simple knot. As you watch, a young boy emerges from one of the nearby cottages, his face smeared with last night's dinner. He looks about 8 winters old, and his bright blue eyes sparkle as he spots the baker's freshly baked loaves on display. "Mother," he calls out to the woman standing beside him in their doorway, "can we have some bread for breakfast?" The mother smiles indulgently, handing her son a warm loaf. He takes it eagerly, ripping off a chunk and shoving it into his mouth with gleeful abandon. The sound of his happy chewing fills the air as you continue to observe this quiet morning scene. But amidst all these familiar sights and sounds, one anomaly catches your eye, an overgrown field in the distance. The once thriving crop of wheat has been left untended for what appears to be 6 weeks, at least a month since anyone noticed its neglect. You notice that most villagers seem oblivious to this field's state, busying themselves with their daily routines as if nothing were out of place. But you can't help but feel a sense of disquiet. How could something so fundamental to the village's survival be ignored for such an extended period? As it turns out, this is not merely a case of neglect or laziness, though those factors certainly played a role in its abandonment. The true reason lies hidden beneath layers of bureaucratic red tape and outdated customs. The nearby villagers, you learn from a chance conversation with the baker's husband, were supposed to begin tending to their fields at the start of spring. However, they mistakenly believed that this task was tied to specific lunar cycles, specifically when certain moon phases align over the village. According to local law, only during these precise moments could crops be safely planted and harvested. But due to miscalculations regarding the exact timing of those alignments, it seems an elderly astronomer's predictions had gone awry. This particular field was left unattended for weeks on end. Not a single soul intervened or noticed its withering state, despite nearby villagers' daily activities being carried out mere feet away. You find yourself pondering these intricacies as the sun continues to climb higher in the sky, not just about lunar cycles and their influence, but also how easily societal norms can become intertwined with superstition. As you wander closer to this overgrown field, noticing its parched earth and wilting stalks, you wonder what other traditions might be hiding behind an aura of assumed normalcy. Moving through the village's morning bustle, it becomes clear that even simple tasks often rely on established customs rather than practical sense. People going about their daily lives frequently seem more concerned with conforming to traditional practices than adapting them for changing times or personal needs. As a visitor in this medieval world, you notice how each small action and decision is influenced by local history, the way villagers have been doing things for generations or following ancient customs. In many instances, these routines might stem from perfectly rational origins, but over time become so ingrained that people forget their practical rationale. You see this at work when observing a family gathering around the nearby well. They've come to fetch water for today's cooking and laundry, tasks performed by generations past with little variation in method or timing. While filling buckets, they engage in lively chatter about everything from last night's dinner menu, which featured roasted meats and boiled vegetables, to upcoming weddings within their social circle. Meanwhile, you can't help but think of those unattended fields. Perhaps the real reason for neglecting this specific plot was not lunar cycles or superstition at all. Maybe it had more to do with a long-forgotten argument between neighboring farmers over shared resources, an ongoing dispute hidden beneath layers of polite conversation and daily routine. Your musings continue as you pass by rows of closely packed cottages, their whitewashed walls glowing softly in the morning light. Some have neatly tended gardens out front. Others display signs of recent repair work or a fresh coat of paint on their wooden facades. You're not alone in your curiosity about this abandoned field. Several villagers seem equally perplexed by its state and discuss possible explanations among themselves while tending to their own daily chores. While it may be tempting to speculate further, one thing becomes clear. For all the intricacies surrounding medieval customs, sometimes the simplest answers lie closest at hand. These villagers' lives are a patchwork of tradition and practicality, though often they seem more invested in honoring established routines than reassessing them when necessary. A gentle breeze rustles through nearby wheat stalks, now being harvested by other local families, their laughter carrying on the wind as you continue to explore this medieval world. The scent of damp earth and fresh wheat wafts through the air as you walk alongside a group of villagers carrying baskets woven from dried reeds and straw. They're headed to the nearby village, their footsteps quiet on the well-worn path that winds its way between the fields. The sun beats down upon your head, warm but not hot enough to be oppressive. A gentle breeze stirs what's left of the wheat, making it rustle softly against the earth. One of the villagers notices you and greets you with a nod before continuing on her way. You notice she wears a wooden brooch pinned to her cloak, its intricate carvings depicting scenes from everyday life, hunting, fishing, and harvesting. As you watch, another villager falls into step beside you, his eyes scanning your face as if searching for something. You continue walking in silence with the group, taking in the sights and sounds of this medieval world. The air is filled with the sweet scent of ripe fruit, carried on the breeze from a nearby orchard. A pair of birds, likely sparrows or finches, flit between the trees above you, their songs punctuating the quiet. The village ahead comes into view, its wooden houses and thatched roofs blending seamlessly into the surrounding landscape. Smoke drifts lazily into the air from chimneys, carrying with it the scent of cooking meat and baking bread. You can hear the distant sound of hammering on metal, a blacksmith at work in his forge. As you approach the village square, you notice an elderly woman standing near the well, her back to you as she gazes into its depths. She's dressed in simple but clean clothing, a linen tunic over woolen hose, and wears a silver brooch shaped like an acorn on her cloak. Her grey hair is pulled back from her face, revealing deep lines etched into her skin. A group of children gather around the well, laughing as they watch the woman's reflection stare back at them from the water's surface. One of them spots you and breaks away to run towards you, calling out a greeting before being caught up in your arms for a quick hug. The elderly woman turns to face you now, her eyes squinting slightly as she takes in your appearance. She looks like someone who knows everyone in this village, the way they nod at each other, the familiarity with which they speak of their daily lives. "Ah," she says finally, "you're new here." Her voice is low and soothing, a gentle rumble that's more than just words. You find yourself smiling back at her, feeling a sense of belonging in this small village. For now, it seems you fit right in, or at least, the villagers are friendly enough to pretend otherwise. As you stand there with the elderly woman, a young girl runs past you, carrying a basket slung over one arm and a large wooden spoon clutched tightly in her fist. She's intent on getting somewhere quickly, but not so fast that she doesn't glance up at you with a smile before disappearing into the crowd. "Ah, Ilara," the elderly woman says, nodding towards the girl as she vanishes from sight. She's got her mother's spirit, always rushing about. You watch as another group of villagers gathers around a nearby fire pit, their conversation animated but hushed. They're discussing something in low tones, glancing at you occasionally before returning to their discussion. The elderly woman notices your interest and leans closer to whisper, "They're talking about the miller's wife being accused of witchcraft by one of our neighbors." You feel a jolt of surprise at this news. Accusations of witchcraft are serious business in these parts. But as you watch, it becomes clear that no one seems particularly agitated or even upset. The elderly woman notices your reaction and leans back to straighten her posture. "Ah, yes," she says with a wry smile, "the miller's wife has been accused before. This is at least the third time I can recall." As you continue watching the villagers, you start to realize that accusations of witchcraft are almost as common here as village gossip or news about the latest crop yields. It's not something anyone seems to take particularly seriously. You remember a conversation from earlier in your journey with one of the traveling merchants who passed through this village. He mentioned the number of times such accusations had been made, but how rarely they ever led to anything concrete, or at least nothing that would be punished severely by law. The elderly woman's gaze drifts back towards you now, her expression serious for a moment before softening into a gentle smile once more. "Still," she says quietly, "it can make life difficult for those accused. Being shunned and ostracized by the community isn't easy." As you continue to talk with the elderly woman, who introduces herself as Alice, wife of one of the local blacksmiths, it becomes clear that accusations like these are part of everyday life in this medieval world. You start to wonder what might happen if someone was accused and genuinely believed to be practicing witchcraft. But for now, at least, it seems that even accusations aren't enough to disrupt the quiet rhythms of village life too greatly. The sun continues its slow journey across the sky as you stand there with Alice, chatting about nothing in particular, or rather, everything is relevant but not necessarily important. The air remains warm and pleasant, filled with the sense of cooking food, baking bread, and ripe fruit carried on the breeze from nearby orchards. Time stretches out before you like an endless expanse of possibility, a reminder that even in this medieval world where strange customs and bizarre rules govern daily life, there's still room for serenity and quiet contemplation amidst all the hustle and bustle. The morning sun casts its warm glow over the monastery grounds, illuminating the rows of stone buildings and the bustling activity within. You are walking through the cloistered courtyard, surrounded by the soft murmur of monks chanting in Latin and the clinking of pots from the kitchen. The air is filled with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread wafting from the ovens. As you make your way towards the refectory, where breakfast will be served shortly, you notice something peculiar. Every monk seems to have a small bucket or jug in hand, which they use to wash their faces and hands before taking their seats at the long tables. You watch as one of them squirts a stream of water from his jug onto his face, followed by a quick rub with a cloth. You recall learning that medieval monasteries were notorious for having an unusually high number of lavatories compared to bedrooms. This peculiarity has always intrigued you, and now, as you observe the monks going about their morning routine, it seems almost sensible. The abundance of washrooms is not just a luxury, but a necessity in this world, where manual labor and close living quarters make personal hygiene a constant struggle. As you take your seat at the refectory table, Brother Edwin catches your eye. He's an elderly monk with a kind face and a twinkle in his eye, who often regales you with stories of life before joining the monastery. Today, he notices your curiosity about the lavatories and leans over to share a tale. You see, he whispers, in our time, it was considered essential for monasteries to provide adequate facilities for their monks. Not just for reasons of hygiene, but also because of the rule of Saint Benedict. You know, the one that emphasizes community living and moderation. Well, having more lavatories than bedrooms wasn't just about convenience. It reflected a deeper philosophy. He takes a bite of his bread, savoring the taste before continuing. The idea was to create spaces for reflection and contemplation outside of sleeping quarters. Lavatories became mini villas for the soul, where monks could take their time and ponder the day's tasks without distraction. And yes, he adds with a sly grin, they were also useful for relieving oneself during those long vigils. You chuckle at Brother Edwin's remark, but can't help feeling intrigued by this new perspective on monastic life. As you delve deeper into your breakfast, bread, cheese, and an assortment of fruits, you start to realize that even the most mundane aspects of medieval daily life were often infused with meaning. The abundance of lavatories is no exception. It speaks to a broader preoccupation with community living, cleanliness, and perhaps even spiritual discipline. As Brother Edwin finishes his story, he gestures towards the courtyard outside. Observe how our brothers go about their morning routine, he says. Each one takes his time washing hands, face, or both before joining others for breakfast. This is not just a matter of hygiene, it's an exercise in mindfulness and attention to detail. You watch as monks from various parts of the monastery converge on the courtyard, all taking care to clean themselves before beginning their day. Some carry wooden combs to detangle hair, while others use tiny mirrors to inspect for fleas or other unwanted visitors. Your eyes wander towards a nearby group of novices being instructed by an older monk in proper shaving techniques, using straight razors and hot water. The tension is palpable as one novice tries to shave his chin without causing any nicks. The master patiently corrects him, explaining that the key lies not just in technique, but also in patience. As you continue observing this morning scene, it becomes clear why monasteries prioritized lavatories over bedrooms. These washrooms became sanctuaries for both body and soul. They offered a respite from close living quarters and grueling labor. They were spaces where the monks could rediscover themselves amidst routine tasks like cleaning their faces or hands. Your contemplation is interrupted by Brother Edwin's warm voice as he leans closer once more. Remember, in our world of manual toil and communal living, he reminds you softly, even small pleasures, a hot bath after a long day, the taste of fresh bread at dawn, become essential for keeping spirits high. You nod thoughtfully, committing his words to memory. It's clear now that monasteries were built not just as places for rest, but also as spaces where individuals could recharge and prepare themselves for their daily routines. With your breakfast finished, you join the procession of monks heading towards the morning chores. The day stretches out before them like an endless expanse of possibility, a reminder that even in this medieval world governed by strange customs and bizarre rules, there's always room for serenity and quiet contemplation amidst all the hustle and bustle. You begin your own tasks as Brother Edwin disappears into the crowd, leaving behind only a faint scent of freshly baked bread on his passing. Your thoughts linger on him, but quickly return to the world around you. Rows of stone buildings housing an endless number of monks who live by strict rules that govern even their basic needs, from lavatories and washrooms to sleeping quarters and communal living spaces. In this seemingly chaotic landscape, where strange customs have come to define life within these monasteries, it's surprising how much thought is given to the mundane aspects of daily existence. Every choice made in this world reflects a desire for order, balance, or perhaps even spiritual growth, principles that transcend time and place, but often go unnoticed. As you make your way through another day filled with manual labor and communal living, consider what might have happened if these monasteries had prioritized bedrooms over lavatories. Would the monks' daily lives be less reflective, less mindful of their surroundings? Or perhaps this world, with its emphasis on cleanliness and communal living spaces, is merely an extension of a far more profound philosophical stance, one that seeks to integrate body, soul, and community into each individual's experience. The day wears on as you continue your chores. With every passing moment, it becomes increasingly clear why the medieval monasteries prioritized lavatories over bedrooms, not just for practical reasons, but also because these spaces represented a chance at mindfulness within an otherwise hectic routine. As the sun dips towards its peak in the sky, casting long shadows across the courtyard, you realize that this ancient world's focus on communal living and cleanliness serves as a poignant reminder of how even our most mundane choices can hold deeper significance. As you stand amidst the bustling courtyard of a 12th century castle, surrounded by the murmur of servants and the clanging of pots and pans from the kitchen, the scent of fresh bread wafts through the air, mingling with the earthy smell of stone walls and the acrid tang of coal fires. You notice an elderly servant, Ilara, moving slowly towards you, her back bent under the weight of a large wooden bucket filled with what appears to be freshly laundered linens. Ilara's face is creased from years of hard work, but as she catches your eye, a hint of warmth flickers across her features. She adjusts the worn leather belt cinched around her waist, beneath which hangs a small pouch containing various household keys and tools. The soft clinking of metal against each other is almost soothing in its familiarity. As Ilara approaches you, the sound of scurrying feet echoes from within the nearby storage room. A young boy emerges with an awkward load balanced on his shoulder, two large wooden casks filled with what seems to be a dark liquid that might be either ale or vinegar. He stumbles slightly and almost drops one of the casks before recovering, earning Ilara's stern expression. "Ah, Godric," she says firmly but not unkindly. "You'll spill it all if you're not careful." "Hold steady now." The boy nods hastily as he continues on his way, leaving a faint scent of wood and damp earth in his wake. As the morning sun casts its golden light across the courtyard, illuminating dust motes dancing within the air, Ilara pauses beside you. For a moment, she gazes out towards the castle walls, her eyes squinting against the brightness. "It's a bit of a mess," she mutters under her breath. The phrase sends a faint ripple through your thoughts as you take in the details around you, the stacks of freshly washed linens awaiting folding, the neat rows of neatly arranged candles on nearby shelves, and the half-finished tapestry that hangs precariously from its frame. Amidst this organized chaos stands Ilara's domain, the castle's laundry room. With a quiet sigh, she begins to set down her burden next to another stack of linen, where it blends with others of varying colors and textures, some crisp white, some pale yellow, and one or two that seem almost dark blue. There are so many fabrics here, you find yourself thinking, as Ilara's fingers absently smooth a particularly stubborn wrinkle from the surface of a nearby tunic. Silks from far-off lands, she says to herself more than anyone else it seems. Wools, linens, and sometimes even what they call woolen linens. They say those are for people who can't afford proper wool. She pauses and looks up at you with an almost inquisitive expression. You become aware that, unlike most castles of this era, the one Ilara inhabits is among a select few where servants' quarters have been integrated into the main structure, rather than relegated to cramped, damply lit annexes built alongside. The proximity has led to an unusual dynamic. While some castle inhabitants prefer their own personal space and private routines, others welcome the interaction. This place, Ilara says more softly now, was among the first in our Lord's lands to make changes like this, open kitchens and such. She gestures vaguely towards a nearby archway where steam wafts out of an air vent above the kitchen door. It was meant for efficiency and cleanliness. Her eyes drift back toward you as she begins arranging a selection of carefully folded linen within one of her baskets, seemingly lost in thought. Ilara's narrative flows into your awareness like a gentle stream meandering through the countryside, slow, soothing, yet filled with insights that reveal themselves quietly over time. You listen intently as the morning wears on and more servants pass by, exchanging quiet greetings or requests for help. Later, you notice Godric again, now carrying an empty bucket in one hand while carefully supporting a small wooden ladder under his other arm, clearly intending to climb up onto the storage room's higher shelves to retrieve something. "Be careful up there," Ilara calls out softly as he begins to ascend. His ascent is marked by creaking wooden slats and faint scraping sounds as Godric tries to adjust the awkward weight on top of the ladder without losing his footing or spilling its contents onto the stone floor. You feel a twinge of anxiety for him, imagining what could happen if one misstep sends everything crashing down. But Ilara merely shakes her head good-naturedly and mutters something under her breath, likely about Godric's clumsiness being well known to everyone within earshot. Meanwhile, the soundscape around you remains a living tapestry of work, clanging metal from the kitchen, muffled conversations between servants as they go about their duties, the creaking of wooden beams in response to changes in temperature and humidity. Your attention lingers on Ilara's hands, moving with practiced ease among the linens. They have long been stained by years of handling various fabrics, a testament not only to her work, but also to the rough living conditions she endures within these castle walls. You begin to ponder how such an arrangement, born out of necessity, and perhaps even innovation at its core, might influence daily routines for both servants like Ilara and their superiors. As this thought takes hold, you become aware that your own perception is gradually shifting from one focused on the ancient world around you to a perspective more attuned to individual human experiences. This subtle shift becomes clear as you observe Godric's carelessness, an act not necessarily malicious but reflective of his still-learning nature. His mistakes are as much a part of life here in this medieval castle as any triumphs or successes among its inhabitants. It is within these quiet, mundane moments that the tapestry of daily routines reveals itself, woven from countless threads of individual human choices. Later, when the morning reaches its peak and sunlight starts to wane, casting long shadows across the courtyard once more, Ilara takes up a small wooden comb made from what appears to be antler or buffalo horn. She begins to gently smooth out knots in an older servant's tunic, a slow, soothing motion that speaks volumes about the intricacies of human relationships. It is within these subtle moments that you come to understand why the medieval world's focus on communal living and cleanliness resonates so deeply with our own time. Even as we navigate vastly different eras and circumstances, it remains true that how we choose to organize ourselves in our daily routines, workspaces, and interactions has an indelible impact upon both individuals and societies. As the day slowly begins its descent into evening, Ilara continues her quiet task of smoothing out wrinkles from the worn fabric. The stillness around you deepens, as if responding to this soft motion, allowing a series of small insights to become intertwined with your growing awareness. How daily routines shape us, how shared spaces connect people, and how in our most mundane choices lies an extraordinary power, one that echoes across centuries. As night begins its ascent over the castle walls, the world outside recedes into darkness. Within these stone structures, however, there remains a quiet warmth born from years of human existence. Ilara's gentle touch on fabric, Godric's clumsy efforts to climb ever higher shelves, and countless small acts weaving together an intricate tapestry of life in this medieval castle. As you stand among them now, your place within their lives defined by the soft glow of flickering torches, the creaking of wooden beams above, and Ilara's quiet movements amidst her linens, it becomes increasingly clear that our own daily routines hold secrets waiting to be discovered, secrets hidden in how we choose to live together, in what we prioritize during our busy lives, and within those seemingly small moments where human connection touches us all. With this realization slowly taking shape, the darkness beyond the castle walls closes around you. The distant howling of wolves carries through the night air as you stand outside the castle walls, the chill of autumn creeping into your bones. The guards huddle together in their booth, their torches casting flickering shadows on the ground beneath them. You've been wandering these walls for hours now, trying to shake off the feeling that something's amiss. As you walk back towards the grand hall, the sound of laughter and music drifts out into the night air. Inside, the feasting has continued well past midnight, with some guests still stumbling around the tables like half-drunken sailors on a stormy sea. The fire crackles and spits in the great hearth, casting golden light across the walls as you make your way through the crowd. People recognize you now. You're no longer just another face among many. Strangers offer greetings or nodding acknowledgments that barely register on their faces. You've grown accustomed to this sort of treatment after months spent living in these castle halls. But there's something else that's caught your attention tonight. A group of guests huddled near the windows, speaking in low tones and glancing around nervously. One of them catches sight of you as you approach, their eyes flicking towards yours before dropping back to their cups. The speaker, an older man with a thick beard and the look of someone who's swallowed one too many bitter pills for his stomach, leans forward slightly, as if trying not to draw attention from anyone else in the room. "And I'm telling you it's true," he says quietly, his voice just above a whisper. "The last Roman emperor was none other than Romulus Augustus. You recognize this name now, that obscure bit of trivia someone mentioned at one point or another during your stay here. Someone, probably the same person who started the rumor about the cursed tapestries hanging in the East Wing, has convinced themselves, or others, that a certain individual, supposedly related to an emperor from 2 centuries ago, really was some sort of scion. Romulus Augustus's actual life and reign, by most accounts, were relatively uneventful. Born into the ruling family of Rome during its twilight years, this man, who eventually abdicated in favor of a puppet ruler so that he could join forces with barbarian tribes against his former masters, has become more than just an historical footnote for some people here. A nameless servant at the far end of the hall catches your eye as they discreetly nod towards you from across the room. They've brought over platters of cold meat and flatbread, but it's clear that these items have long been forgotten in favor of endless conversation about imperial legacies and conspiratorial whispers that hint at secret alliances. Romulus Augustus becomes a name you overhear whenever you wander through this castle, sometimes spoken with suspicion, more often in reverence. As if they believe there exists some direct connection between the actual Roman Empire's last ruler, who had all but disappeared from records after his abdication, and these medieval nobles sipping wine and discussing matters of power. You realize now that it was probably one of these individuals who wrote those cryptic letters, half-truths, or maybe even outright lies, hinting at the existence of long-lost heirs to forgotten thrones. Rumors you tried dismissing as baseless gossip just a few days ago. In another room, a group of nobles argue over their own theories about how this Romulus Augustus might be connected to local politics, which families would stand to gain from such alliances, whether certain rivalries could possibly be more than just petty squabbles. They're not alone in believing there's something genuinely important hidden behind these obscure claims. You can almost feel the weight of their conviction, or maybe it's simply the weight of boredom that makes them cling so tightly to an idea, no matter how threadbare its foundations are. But what if this story is more than just idle speculation? What if someone out there actually does possess knowledge about genuine lineages stretching back centuries? Some historians would have you believe these legends arose from nothing more substantial than old wives' tales or clever fabrications, designed to further the interests of rival factions within medieval Europe's complex web of power. But in those moments, when night air carries away the sound of your own breathing, and castle shadows seem to stretch towards an almost glimpsed truth, you can't help but wonder. The servant from earlier approaches with a fresh platter of food, speaking softly about dinner leftovers being reheated for breakfast tomorrow morning. As they place it on a nearby table, their eyes flick up briefly in your direction before returning quickly to the meat and bread. For a moment, there's an almost forgotten sense of tranquility. Just you, the castle walls looming above like sentinels guarding secrets within as night gradually surrenders to morning. And then it hits you again. Romulus Augustus's name keeps appearing in your thoughts, whispers at feasts and hushed conversations by firelight. It feels almost personal now. As morning dawns outside the castle walls, with cold dew still clinging to grass beneath an overcast sky, people begin stirring from their sleep. Servants emerge carrying trays of steaming breakfast food. As you try making sense of that name one more time, Romulus Augustus. A mere phrase that somehow seems both familiar and strange at once. You know it's something about ancient Rome. Some historians would have you believe the actual empires crumbled long before this. Romulus Augustus supposedly ruled. Their reigns were nothing but shadowy figures glimpsed through dusty records, now lost in time except for faint echoes carried down through generations of retold stories and hushed whispers. Yet as morning light creeps over castle walls, illuminating faces tired from countless sleepless nights, spent pondering what might have been if this forgotten figure truly did exist, it seems impossible to escape the nagging feeling that perhaps just possibly some ancient legacy still lingers here. Morning light creeps over castle walls, illuminating faces tired from countless sleepless nights, spent pondering what might have been if this forgotten figure truly did exist. And you can't help but wonder, what secrets lie hidden behind those stone facades? Perhaps it's the weight of centuries, or maybe it's just the lingering scent of last night's supper wafting through the castle corridors. Whatever the reason, the atmosphere feels heavy with unspoken stories. You stand in the great hall, surrounded by suits of armor that seem to loom over you like sentinels. The air is thick with dust and the smell of old leather, but beneath it all lies a faint whiff of something else, a scent that's hard to place, yet unmistakable once you've caught your nose on it. It's a mixture of damp earth and forgotten history, as if the very stones themselves are exhaling the secrets they hold. As you wander through the hall, your feet echo off the cold stone floor, making it seem like an entire army is following in your footsteps. You pause at a tapestry that hangs crookedly from the wall, its threads worn and frayed, but still clinging to their faded colors with a stubborn tenacity. The scene depicts a great battle, with knights charging into the fray on horseback, while arrows fly through the air like autumn leaves. You reach out a hand to touch the fabric, feeling the coarse weave beneath your fingers. The image seems almost too familiar, as if you've seen it before in a dream or a forgotten book. You can't quite put your finger on why, but there's something unsettling about this particular representation of war. Perhaps it's the way the horse's eyes seem to gleam with an unnatural intelligence, or maybe it's the way the blood-soaked soil seems to writhe and twist beneath the feet of the combatants. As you stand there, lost in thought, a servant enters the hall, carrying a tray laden with steaming bowls of porridge. He sets down the tray on a nearby table, his face a picture of calm efficiency as he arranges the spoons and napkins with military precision. The aroma of hot oats wafts up from the bowls, mingling with the scent of old leather to create an odd, yet oddly comforting smell. The servant catches your eye, or rather, the way you're standing frozen in front of the tapestry. He raises an eyebrow, as if wondering what's holding you transfixed. You force a smile and nod towards him, trying to break free from the spell that seems to have taken hold of you. "Ah, good morrow," he says, his voice like a gentle brook babbling over smooth stones. "Breakfast is served." You take a seat at one end of the table, feeling the cold wood beneath your elbows as you reach for a bowl and spoon. The porridge tastes surprisingly good, with just the right amount of sweetness to balance out its earthy undertones. As you eat, the servant busies himself clearing away breakfast dishes, his movements economical yet unhurried. As he works, your gaze drifts towards a nearby window where sunlight pours in through dusty panes, casting intricate patterns on the floor below. The scene outside is one of serene tranquility. Trees sway gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly as they dance to an unheard rhythm. You watch for a while, feeling the tension seep out of your shoulders as you absorb the peaceful atmosphere. Yet, despite this sense of calm, there's something nagging at the back of your mind, a faint memory that refuses to be shaken loose. It's like trying to grasp a handful of sand. The harder you squeeze, the more it slips through your fingers. As you sit there, lost in thought, you begin to wonder about the history of this castle. What secrets lie hidden behind its walls? Who lived here, and what were their lives like? The questions swirl around you like autumn leaves, each one blowing away before you can quite grasp it. You glance at a nearby door where a small inscription catches your eye, Via Flaminia. You frown for a moment, trying to place the name. Ah yes, the ancient Roman road that once connected Rome with Ariminum, now Rimini. It's said to have been built by the great engineer Appius Claudius Caecus himself. You rise from your seat and walk over to the door, feeling its cool stone beneath your hand as you push it open. A musty smell wafts out, part dampness, part age. You step inside, finding yourself in a narrow corridor lined with cobweb-covered portraits of long-forgotten ancestors. The air is thick with dust, and cobwebs cling to the corners like wispy fingers. As you walk down the corridor, your footsteps echo off the stone floor once more, this time accompanied by the faint creaking of wooden paneling as old secrets slowly begin to reveal themselves. You pause at a stained glass window that filters in a kaleidoscope of colors, blue and red, green and gold. The effect is almost psychedelic, like gazing into an opium den on a warm summer's evening. You move closer to the window, feeling its gentle warmth seep through your fingers as you touch the stone sill. The scene depicted within it seems almost mythical, a great river flowing towards the horizon, where mountains rise up in misty grandeur like giants from a fairy tale. You recognize the river, or rather, the name of the rivers. Tiber was its name, the one that had once flowed through Rome itself and given the city its very identity. Yet now it seems to be dwindling away into nothingness. The thought sends a shiver down your spine as you gaze out at the desolate landscape. What would happen if this mighty river were truly gone? Would anything remain of ancient civilizations? You stand there for a long time, lost in thought, surrounded by dust and cobwebs that cling to every surface like grasping fingers. The sun beats through the stained glass window above your head, casting an eerie glow on everything within its reach. And yet, as you gaze out at this empty landscape, something seems almost plausible. as if it's possible for history itself to unravel thread by thread, until nothing remains but a vast expanse of forgotten dust and shadows. The thought lingers with you long after you've left the corridor behind. What lies hidden in those ancient stones? And how much longer can we cling to this precarious existence before it all slips through our fingers like sand? You rejoin the servant in the great hall, where breakfast dishes have been cleared away, leaving only a faint scent of porridge and a lingering sense that something is about to change. The sun beats down on the windowsill above your head, casting long shadows across the cold stone floor as you take your seat once more. The silence between you and the servant seems almost deliberate, like two people waiting for some unseen cue before plunging into conversation. But whenever it comes, the topic seems always to circle back around to the past, forgotten rivers, lost civilizations, and the faint yet unmistakable scent of history itself wafting through every dusty corner. You push away your empty bowl, feeling a slight weight lift off your shoulders as you rise from your seat. As you walk towards the door, with sunlight pouring in behind you like a benediction, it's hard to shake the sense that something is waiting just beyond the horizon, perhaps a forgotten legacy, or maybe only dust and shadows. But whatever it may be, one thing's certain: this place will keep its secrets hidden for now, as long as the stones remain standing tall. You're walking through a quiet village, surrounded by thatched roof cottages and narrow dirt paths. The air is thick, with the scent of baking bread wafting from the local bakery. As you stroll along, your feet crunch on gravel and dried leaves scattered across the ground. You notice an old stone well in the center of the square, its wooden cover creaking gently in the breeze. People are milling about, going about their daily business. A young girl is chasing after her goat, laughing as it darts under a nearby stall selling fresh vegetables. An elderly woman is chatting with the baker, examining his latest batch of loaves. You see them from afar, trying to blend into the scene without drawing attention. The village is small enough that everyone knows each other's names and faces, but not so small that they don't have their own routines and quirks. It's a place where tradition runs deep. You can hear the sound of hammering on metal coming from the local blacksmith as he works on repairing tools for the nearby farms. You take a seat at a wooden bench near the well, watching people come to fetch water in clay jugs or dip their buckets into the cool liquid. A group of children are gathered around you now, trying to get your attention with silly antics and exaggerated gestures. You can't help but smile as they spin about, playing tag among themselves. The village is surrounded by lush green fields, wheat, barley, and oats stretch towards the horizon under a clear blue sky. As you gaze out across the rolling hills, you notice something peculiar in the distance. An ancient stone monument stands at the edge of one field, half hidden amidst tall stalks of corn. It's easy to miss, unless you're specifically looking for it. You get up from your bench and make your way towards this mysterious marker, curiosity getting the better of you. As you draw closer, you see that the inscription on its face is weathered but legible, AD 1372. Your mind starts racing with questions. What's significant about this date? Is it tied to a local event or person? But for now, your feet are carrying you towards something more tangible and accessible. You're approaching a small wooden door set into the stone wall of one of these cottages, half hidden behind a tangle of overgrown vines. A faded sign above the entrance reads, "Apothecary," in elegant script. You push open the creaking door and step inside. The air within is thick with scents, herbal remedies, dried flowers, old books. Shelves lining the walls are crowded with jars filled with dusty powders, each labeled in a hasty hand. Powdered unicorn horn, you suspect it's nothing more than ground-up antlers, snake oil for joint pain, likely just liniment, and something called dragon's blood, whose claim to be anything other than rare berries is dubious. Behind the counter stands an elderly man with spectacles perched on the end of his nose, busily mixing concoctions in small clay pots. He looks up as you enter, greeting you warmly but not interrupting his work. You take a seat at a nearby stool, watching him intently, for all he knows how to do is mix these potions from ingredients stored elsewhere. What if the date on that stone monument is correct? If it's tied to some event or decision made by the village elders back then, would they have documented their reasons and conclusions somewhere in this apothecary? You take out a small notebook and begin scribbling down your observations about the layout of the shop, how the light streams through tiny windows set high up on either side. The elderly man glances over at you from time to time, but says nothing. A faint scratching noise comes from beneath his counter as he works with an unusual mixture, crushed shells and some sort of dried root bound together by twine. You peer closer, sensing this might be something more than just a simple remedy for the village folk. Perhaps it's connected to that mysterious date on the stone monument. As you write down these details in your notebook, the scratching grows louder until he stops altogether and looks up at you with an air of mild annoyance. "You're not from around here, are you?" The question seems a non sequitur, but holds within it something like accusation. He leans forward slightly, eyes squinting behind his spectacles as if daring you to deny the obvious. That yes, indeed, there's something peculiar about the way these old people live, and perhaps even more than what meets the eye. You find yourself standing outside a small wooden sign creaking gently in the evening breeze. Dr. Ezechiel's Apothecary, an unassuming facade that betrays the labyrinthine interior, replete with dusty jars and peculiar contraptions. Your curiosity piqued by whispers of this eccentric physician, you push open the door to step into a world where medieval medicine meets mysticism. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of dried herbs and something else, an earthy undertone that's hard to place. The room seems to be holding its breath as Dr. Ezechiel himself emerges from the shadows, his spectacles perched on the end of his nose like a curious insect. He regards you for a moment before nodding curtly, beckoning you closer. The first thing you notice about this apothecary is the array of peculiar instruments arranged along the shelves. Ceramic jars adorned with cryptic symbols, glass flasks filled with murky liquids, and metal containers that seem to be emitting an otherworldly hum. In one corner, a large wooden contraption appears to be some sort of. You can't quite make out its purpose. Ezechiel leads you toward a workbench cluttered with various powders, pills, and small pouches containing unknown substances. As he begins rummaging through the assortment, his movements are accompanied by an air of quiet confidence, as if he's about to reveal some long-held secret. "Your complaint?" he inquires, not looking up from his task. You hesitate for a moment before responding that you've been experiencing digestive issues. The doctor nods sympathetically, making a note on a parchment beside him. I see, he says, scribbling a few more lines with an expression of utmost seriousness. He then proceeds to rummage through a nearby cabinet, producing a small vial filled with what appears to be a shimmering dust. As you watch in fascination, Dr. Ezechiel carefully pours the contents into a separate container, one that seems designed for precisely this purpose. The resulting mixture is an unsettling shade of grayish yellow. Your stomach troubles are quite complicated, he says finally, handing you a small pouch containing several pills made from what looks like compressed sawdust and herbs. This should help alleviate the symptoms. You take the pouch gingerly, wondering if these remedies will have any effect at all, or whether Dr. Ezechiel's true intention is to merely placate his patients with placebos. The apothecary's interior seems frozen in time as you leave the shop, carrying your mysterious pills and trying to make sense of this strange encounter. What exactly are these treatments designed for? Is it truly a case of coincidence that Dr. Ezechiel happens upon remedies so closely related to his own condition? As you walk away from the sign creaking gently in the evening breeze, Dr. Ezechiel's apothecary, now replaced with a different kind of shop in your mind, you can't help but wonder what secrets lie hidden within those dusty jars and contraptions. But let us return to our narrative thread. It seems, as one might expect from a medical professional at the time, that Dr. Ezechiel's approach is rooted in an amalgam of herbal remedies and mysticism. He has spent years studying the works of Avicenna, particularly the Canon, which emphasizes the importance of observation and experimentation. Ezechiel walks you through his reasoning behind these treatments. You see, my dear patient, he says with a soothing tone, it's all about finding balance within one's constitution. He gestures toward an elaborate diagram on the wall, a supposed illustration of human physiology in mid-15th century style. This constellation theory suggests that bodily fluids, blood, mucus, phlegm, flow through channels like rivers and need to be balanced in order for overall health. Any imbalance could lead to various ailments, which is why treatments must target not just the symptoms, but also these underlying fluid dynamics. In practice, this means concocting herbal remedies designed to restore equilibrium within a patient's constitution. Ezechiel explains that his treatment will focus on rebalancing your own fluids. You see, he says, with a flourish of his arm, pointing toward an inkblot drawing depicting various bodily rivers, your digestive issues stem from a certain muddying of the gastric river. He continues to discuss these principles as if this were entirely normal, which, in his context, it probably is. You listen attentively, though you're not quite sure what to make of all this. One day, you decide to observe Dr. Ezechiel's work more closely and arrive at the apothecary unannounced. The doctor greets you warmly, but seems slightly flustered by your sudden interest in his methods. As he shows you around, pointing out specific instruments used for various treatments, you start to notice an assortment of oddities among the shelves, items that look almost as if they belong in a museum. There's a glass jar containing something resembling powdered chalk. Next to it is another container filled with tiny white pebbles. You're not sure what these represent or how Dr. Ezekiel plans on using them. Perhaps you think this balance business might be more complex than initially presented. The doctor takes note of your curiosity and hands over a small notebook detailing his experiments with different substances. Powders made from crushed gemstones, he claims they're meant to rebalance the body's magnetic energies. Herbal mixtures concocted for their supposed affinity with specific planets in the zodiac, or treatments infused with elements known only by ancient names, an intriguing blend of mysticism and experimentation. At this point, you start to wonder if it's truly possible that these methods could be effective. Ezekiel seems so confident about his treatments, but there must be more at play here than mere chance. You recall hearing whispers of a local midwife who specialized in farting problems. Word was she possessed certain, shall we say, unique abilities to help patients overcome such delicate issues. Though you've never met this person yourself, rumors hint that her treatments involved an assortment of herbal teas and mysterious powders applied directly to the affected areas. Considering Dr. Ezekiel's reliance on a mix of mysticism and observation-based remedies, it seems plausible he might have developed some sort of relationship with this midwife, perhaps one who shares his interests in finding balance within human constitution. As you begin to piece together these stories, an intriguing hypothesis starts taking shape. What if Dr. Ezekiel's reliance on such eclectic treatments is more than just a quirk? What if it represents a deeper understanding of how the body functions, blending mysticism with scientific observation in ways both fascinating and bewildering? This thread weaves its way through various encounters, not just those involving your own interactions, but also the whispers shared among townspeople about their experiences under Dr. Ezekiel's care. As night falls outside Dr. Ezekiel's apothecary, you step back into your own world, carrying with you an assortment of new questions and theories. What secrets lie hidden within these dusty jars? Does this peculiar blend of mysticism and observation hold any truth, or is it merely a testament to the times in which we live? Perhaps one day, as moonlight peeks through the windows of Dr. Ezekiel's apothecary, illuminating an intricate dance of shadows on his workbench, he'll find himself pondering similar queries about the balance within human constitution and those mystical elements that seem to play such a pivotal role in this mysterious art. The world outside recedes as you settle into your bedchamber, candlelight casting a warm glow across the pages of an old tome, De Secretis Mulierum, or perhaps the Canon. Whatever the title, Dr. Ezekiel's methods and theories blend on its yellowed parchment like so many puzzle pieces, reminding you that in this strange world we inhabit, even the most baffling practices might hold hidden truths waiting to be unraveled. As sleep begins to claim your weary mind, an image lingers, a figure hunched over his workbench by candlelight, muttering about fluid dynamics and mystical energies. It seems our journey through this curious time has led us full circle, back into the world of Dr. Ezekiel's apothecary, where balance within human constitution takes on an otherworldly significance. And so we rest tonight with visions of dusty jars, peculiar contraptions, and perhaps even a hint of magic floating in our dreams. You find yourself standing on a worn stone path, surrounded by towering oak trees that seem to stretch up towards the sky like nature's own cathedral pillars. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell that clings to your skin like a damp shroud. You can hear the distant sound of a river burbling its way through the landscape, its gentle gurgling a soothing accompaniment to the creaking of branches overhead. As you make your way down the path, the trees thin out and you catch sight of a small stone building in the distance. The sign above the door reads Archaeological Institute in faded letters, while the walls themselves appear to be a jumbled mix of new brickwork and ancient stonework that seems to have been hastily patched together. You push open the creaky door and step inside, where you're immediately enveloped by a musty smell that's almost overwhelming. The air is thick with dust, and cobwebs cling to the corners of old photographs on the walls like sticky fingers grasping for something solid. A faint scent of pipe smoke lingers in the air, mingling with the acrid tang of old books. You make your way deeper into the building, past shelves stacked high with dusty jars filled with who knows what, and a glass case containing an assortment of peculiar contraptions that look like they've been salvaged from some long-forgotten laboratory. The walls are adorned with faded photographs and yellowed letters tied together with twine, while a series of ancient-looking artifacts sit perched on wooden pedestals as if waiting to be admired. Your footsteps echo off the stone floor as you make your way through the cramped corridors, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of old woodwork or the soft hum of fluorescent lights overhead. You begin to feel like you're wandering through a forgotten time capsule, one that's been left untouched for decades and is slowly being reclaimed by the passing of years. As you explore further, you stumble upon a door hidden behind a tattered tapestry that looks like it was once part of some long-forgotten royal coat of arms. The door itself appears to be made of solid oak, adorned with intricate carvings that depict scenes from medieval life. Knights on horseback charging into battle, peasants toiling in the fields, and queens dispensing justice. You push open the door and find yourself in a small room filled with rows upon rows of old filing cabinets. Each one is labeled with a date, 1883, 1875, 1862, while others are simply marked miscellaneous or undated. The air inside is thick with dust, and you can hear the faint whisper of papers rustling through the silence. You wander over to one of the filing cabinets and begin to sift through its contents. It's labeled Archaeological Institute 1883, while a small card attached to the front reads Confidential in faded letters. As you delve deeper into the cabinet, you start to come across documents that seem to be related to some sort of excavation project. There are notes detailing the discovery of an ancient site deep in the countryside, one that's been shrouded in mystery for centuries and is said to hold secrets beyond our wildest dreams. You also stumble upon a series of photographs depicting strange artifacts that have been unearthed from the site, including what appears to be some sort of stone statue with eyes carved into its surface. As you continue to explore further, you start to come across documents detailing a dispute between two rival factions within the Archaeological Institute, one led by a man named Professor Harcourt, while the other is spearheaded by a woman named Dr. Ilara Vex. The letters are laced with tension and hostility, as each side accuses the other of sabotaging their efforts to uncover the truth about the ancient site. One letter in particular catches your eye, one written on January 10th, 1883, and signed by Professor Harcourt himself. It reads, "Dear Doctor, Vex, I'm writing to you from the excavation site today, where we've made a most remarkable discovery. The artifact we uncovered earlier this week has been confirmed as dating back over 1,000 years, one that holds secrets of our ancient ancestors and is said to be imbued with mystical powers. However, I fear that your actions may have compromised our chances of uncovering the full truth about the site. Your decision to begin excavating without proper clearance has left us scrambling to keep up, while your refusal to share information has made it difficult for me to make decisions about how best to proceed. I implore you, let's put aside our differences and work together towards a common goal, uncovering the secrets of this ancient site once and for all. We owe it not only to ourselves, but to future generations who will be able to learn from our discoveries. Yours sincerely, Professor Harcourt." As you continue to read through the documents, you start to piece together what happened next, how Professor Harcourt's rival faction gained control of the excavation site, and how Dr. Vex was eventually forced out in a dispute that left both sides reeling. The letters become increasingly bitter and accusatory as time goes on, with neither side willing to concede an inch. You start to wonder what really happened at the site, whether Professor Harcourt's claims about mystical powers are true, or if they're simply another example of his overzealous imagination running wild. You also can't help but feel a sense of admiration for Dr. Vex and her determination in the face of adversity. As you continue to sift through the documents, you start to come across more photographs, ones that show not only artifacts from the site, but also members of the Archaeological Institute itself. There's one photograph that catches your eye in particular, a group shot taken in 1883, showing Professor Harcourt and Dr. Vex standing side by side with several other researchers. You study their faces for any sign of tension or animosity, but all you see is a sense of camaraderie and shared purpose. They're smiling together like old friends, while the woman sitting at the far left, one who looks uncannily similar to Dr. Vex herself, appears to be chuckling about something. You continue to study the photograph for what feels like an eternity, trying to put your finger on exactly what's so peculiar about it. And then, in a flash of insight that comes from nowhere and everywhere at once, you realize why this photograph is different from all the others. It's not just because they're smiling together, or even because Dr. Vex appears to be chuckling like an old friend. It's because of something far more subtle than any of those things. It's because every single member of that group has their eyes cast downwards, away from the camera and towards some unknown point in the distance. You wonder what they're looking at, or rather, who they might be looking for. And you can't help but feel a shiver run down your spine as you realize that this photograph is not just any ordinary picture. It's one that holds secrets of its own, ones that have been quietly hidden away in the recesses of history for over a century. As you continue to ponder what these photographs and documents might mean, you start to feel a sense of fatigue creeping in. The room seems to be growing darker by the minute, or perhaps it's just your imagination playing tricks on you as the shadows cast by the fading light grow longer and more sinister. You slowly make your way back through the filing cabinets, trying not to disturb any of the papers that are now scattered across the floor like confetti. As you reach for the door handle, you catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of your eye, an old letter tied together with twine, one that appears to be addressed to whomever finds this. You can't help but feel a shiver run down your spine as you pick up the letter and begin to untie its contents. The paper itself is yellowed and worn from age, while the handwriting on it looks like something out of a Victorian novel. The letter reads, "Dear whomever, I'm writing this in 1883, at which point I fear that my own time may soon be drawing to a close. I've been working alongside Professor Harcourt for several years now, or rather, trying to keep up with him as he hurtles from one discovery to the next. But amidst all the fanfare and hubbub of our work together, I've come across something that makes me wonder if we're truly doing what's best. You see, there are rumors circulating within the Institute about certain arrangements made between Professor Harcourt and a local organization in the town where we're excavating. Rumors speak of hidden agendas, of deals struck behind closed doors, ones that might compromise not only our work, but also the very fabric of history itself. I fear that if these allegations are true, then all our efforts may be for naught, or worse still, they could have unforeseen consequences that we can hardly imagine. I implore you, should you find this letter after my passing, and I pray it won't be soon, please investigate the claims mentioned above. Question Professor Harcourt and his associates if necessary, no matter how uncomfortable it may make things for all involved. And whatever happens next, know that there are those who care deeply about uncovering the truth, not just for our sake, but also for future generations to come. Yours sincerely, Dr. Ilara Vex. As you finish reading the letter and look around at the dusty cabinets and faded photographs, you start to feel a sense of unease creeping in. What secrets have been hidden away here? And what might be waiting just beyond the edges of history itself? You realize that your journey through this chapter has taken on a life of its own, one where everyday details blend seamlessly into historical significance and raise far more questions than answers. And as you slowly make your way back to bed, surrounded by the quiet shadows of night, you can't help but wonder what other secrets await discovery in the dusty recesses of history. As you lay back down on your bed, the soft creak of the mattress beneath you a gentle reminder that it's time to surrender to sleep, you find yourself drifting into thoughts about food, specifically the curious case of medieval cuisine. Your mind starts to wander through a dusty archive room where yellowed scrolls and crumbling manuscripts hold secrets of the past. You notice an old leather-bound cookbook lying open on a nearby shelf, its pages adorned with intricate illustrations of roasted meats and steaming vegetables. As you peer closer at the text, your eyes land on a passage about pottage, a thick soup made from grains, vegetables, and sometimes even meat or fish. The recipe calls for a specific ratio of ingredients, 1 part barley to 3 parts water, plus a dash of salt and pepper. You wonder what this pottage tasted like, whether it was hearty enough to fill the bellies of hungry labourers, or if it was more akin to a thin broth served at nobility tables. The recipe's vague instructions suggest that it might have been quite different from the soups we know today, with its emphasis on specific proportions and cooking times. Moving your gaze away from the cookbook, you notice an old stone wall in the archive room, one that bears a faded inscription, Mensa Sancti Petri, the Table of St. Peter. It's dated to around 1200 AD. You start to wonder what kind of meals were served on this table, and whether they would have been recognizable as food to modern palates. You find yourself standing in front of an old kitchen range, a massive stone hearth where cooks once prepared the day's meals for a small village or monastery. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. You imagine the sizzle of bacon or lamb being cooked on the spit, filling the room with savory aromas. As you picture this scene, your mind starts to wander through other kitchens, medieval, Renaissance, and even modern ones. You think about the kinds of ingredients that would have been available in each era: fresh produce from nearby gardens, salted meats cured for months or years on end, grains imported from distant lands. You imagine yourself as a young apprentice cook, tasked with preparing meals for a noble family's table. Your hands are moving swiftly and surely as you chop vegetables and stir the simmering pot of pottage. The room is warm and inviting, lit by candles made from tallow or beeswax, their soft light casting shadows on the stone walls. The aromas wafting through this kitchen are a far cry from those we're used to today. There's no fresh coffee brewing in the background, nor do you hear the hum of refrigerators keeping food at a safe temperature. Instead, the air is thick with the smells of cooking meat and bread, the former often marinated in vinegar or wine for hours on end. As you continue this mental exercise, your thoughts turn to the strange foods that medieval cooks used to prepare. You recall reading about frumenty, a sweet porridge made from wheat, milk, and spices, which was sometimes served as a main course at banquets. It's not hard to imagine why. Frumenty would have been a comforting treat for travelers or laborers, especially during cold winter months. You also remember learning about marchpane, a type of marzipan made from ground almonds and sugar. Marchpane cakes were often served as sweetmeats at special occasions, their rich flavor no doubt a welcome respite from the salted meats and stews that formed the bulk of most people's diets. Your mind keeps drifting through different kitchens, each with its own unique rhythms and smells: the hissing steam of a medieval cauldron, the sizzle of meat on an open grill during summer months. You start to notice how food, even in its most basic forms, can evoke vivid memories and emotions within us. As your thoughts grow more mellow, you become aware of the quiet sounds around you: creaking wooden floorboards, distant traffic rumbling outside, or maybe just the soft hum of a nearby air conditioner. Your eyelids start to droop, weighed down by the gentle pressure of sleep's approach. The shadows in the room begin to darken and lengthen, as if night itself is slowly spreading its quiet tendrils across your bed. The stillness deepens, only the faintest whispers carry on the breeze outside, where leaves rustle softly in trees or birds huddle in their nests for warmth. Your breathing slows down further with each passing moment. The soft hum of crickets outside your window grows louder, a gentle accompaniment to your slowing breaths. Your eyelids feel heavy, weighed down by the faint scent of last night's dinner lingering on your skin. As you drift deeper into sleep, the sounds around you begin to take on a life of their own: the creaking of the old wooden floorboards beneath your bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside, and the distant chime of a clock in the town's square. You are lying in bed, surrounded by the comforting familiarity of your bedroom. The walls are adorned with family photographs and faded prints of far-off lands, while the furniture is polished to a warm sheen from years of use. A faint scent of lavender wafts through the air, carried on the gentle breeze that rustles the curtains. As you settle deeper into sleep, your mind begins to wander back in time, to an era when life moved at a slower pace and technology was still in its infancy. You are standing in the middle of a bustling medieval market, surrounded by people haggling over goods and services. The air is thick with the smells of fresh bread, roasting meats, and the acrid tang of blacksmithing. Among the stalls, you notice a small group of artisans gathered around a wooden table, their faces lit up by the warm glow of candlelight. They are engrossed in conversation, their hands moving deftly as they work on intricate mechanisms. One of them catches your eye, an elderly man with a kind face and wispy gray hair, his eyes shining with a deep intelligence. He is known to history only as the inventor of the mechanical clock, but his name has been lost to time. Some say he was a humble monk, while others claim he was a member of the royal court. Whatever his background, it's clear that this man was driven by a desire to understand and replicate the rhythms of nature. You watch in fascination as he works on a small, intricately carved wooden box. His hands move with precision, each movement deliberate and calculated. The air is filled with the sweet scent of wood polish and the soft ticking of tiny mechanisms. As you observe him at work, you begin to realize that this clockmaker's greatest innovation wasn't just his creation, but the way he harnessed human ingenuity to create something truly remarkable. The clockmaker's hands move deftly as he fits together the final pieces of his mechanism. The sound is almost musical, a soft ticking and whirring, like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. You feel your eyelids growing heavier, weighed down by the soothing sounds around you. As you drift deeper into sleep, you begin to hear the faint chime of bells in the distance. It's a familiar sound, one that speaks directly to the heart of human experience, the passing of time marked out with each gentle tolling of the bell. The clockmaker's creation is more than just a device for keeping track of hours and minutes. It's a reminder of our place within the grand tapestry of existence. You find yourself standing in front of an ancient stone marker, worn smooth by generations of weather and use. The inscription reads, AD 1275, but something about this seems off. Is it really possible that history got it wrong all these years? What if this date is correct and everything else we thought we knew was mistaken? The clockmaker's face flashes before your eyes once more, his kind smile, his twinkling eyes, and the gentle way he moved as he worked on his creation. You feel a sense of wonder wash over you, followed by a creeping sense of unease. As you stand there in front of the ancient stone marker, you begin to realize just how little we truly know about our past. The clockmaker's story is just one of countless tales lost to time, stories that could hold the key to understanding some of humanity's greatest achievements. Your mind begins to wander back through history, tracing the threads of innovation and progress from ancient civilizations to modern times. You see the faint outline of great thinkers and inventors, people like Leonardo da Vinci, who was fascinated by clockwork mechanisms, or Galileo, who studied the movements of pendulums with a precision that would change our understanding of physics forever. The sounds around you grow softer, as if the world itself is slowing down in anticipation of your next step. You feel yourself moving back through time once more, from the clockmaker's wooden workshop to the royal courts of Europe, from the stately procession of nobles and courtiers to the humble routines of ordinary people going about their daily lives. As you move further back into history, the sounds around you grow quieter, like the soft lapping of waves against a shore. The world itself seems to be growing older, its edges worn smooth by generations of use and neglect. You find yourself standing in front of an ancient forest, surrounded by towering trees that stretch towards the sky with gnarled branches and twisted trunks. The air is filled with the sweet scent of decaying leaves, a reminder that even in death, there lies beauty. The clockmaker's story is just one chapter within this greater tale, a narrative woven from countless threads of innovation, discovery, and progress. Your breathing slows down further still, weighed down by the gentle rustle of leaves outside your window. The world itself seems to be growing quieter, like a great machine winding down after years of use. As you drift deeper into sleep, the clockmaker's face flickers before your eyes once more, his kind smile and twinkling eyes, his hands moving with precision as he worked on his creation. You feel yourself being drawn back into the present moment, surrounded by the comforting familiarity of your bedroom. The sounds around you grow louder once again, like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves or the soft ticking of tiny mechanisms within the clockmaker's wooden box. The world itself seems to be growing brighter, like the warm glow of candlelight casting shadows on ancient stone walls. You feel yourself being drawn back into your own body, surrounded by the familiar contours of your bedroom and the comforting sounds that fill it. Your breathing grows slower still, weighed down by the gentle hum of crickets outside. The clockmaker's story lingers in the background, a reminder of our place within the grand tapestry of existence. As you drift deeper into sleep, his face fades from view once more, but not before casting one final glance over your shoulder, like a guardian watching over the threshold between worlds. You find yourself standing amidst the quiet streets of a small town on Easter morning. The sky above is a pale blue, with clouds scattered across it like wisps of cotton candy. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of the trees, causing them to rustle softly against each other in hushed conversations. You breathe deeply, feeling the cool air fill your lungs as you take in the scent of blooming flowers and freshly baked bread wafting from nearby houses. As you wander through the streets, you notice that many of the residents are busy preparing for Easter Sunday. Some are arranging bunches of fresh lilies on their doorsteps, while others are busily polishing silverware or putting the finishing touches to elaborate table settings. You see a group of children gathered around an older woman, listening intently as she reads from a worn leather-bound book. You approach her gently, not wanting to disturb the scene unfolding before you. The children look up at you with wide eyes, their faces aglow with excitement. "What is it?" one of them asks, tugging on your hand. You glance down and notice that they're holding a small wooden cross, intricately carved with symbols and patterns. "Ah," you reply, crouching down to their level, "I think I know what this might be." "Is it for Easter morning?" The children nod in unison, their eyes shining with understanding. One of them begins to explain the significance behind the wooden crosses, pointing out tiny details that only become visible under close inspection. You listen intently as they speak, your mind wandering back to a long-forgotten childhood memory. Years ago, you might have spent Easter mornings listening to stories about Jesus Christ's crucifixion and resurrection. Your grandparents would tell tales of the stone rolled away from the tomb and how Mary Magdalene discovered it empty on that fateful morning. But as you grew older, those stories seemed less relevant to your daily life. Now, as an adult standing in this small town, surrounded by people busy with their preparations for Easter Sunday, you begin to wonder, what is the real significance behind this holiday? Is it truly about commemorating Jesus Christ's death and resurrection, or is there something more at play? As you ponder these questions, a faint memory stirs within your mind. You recall reading an old article about a medieval practice called Holy Week. It seemed to center around elaborate reenactments of the crucifixion, complete with mock executions, staged processions, and solemn prayers. You push aside your reverie as you notice an elderly man watching you from across the street. He's leaning against his front gate, eyeing you with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. You wave at him in greeting, but he doesn't respond. Instead, he turns back to gaze out onto the quiet streets, lost in thought. The children have wandered off now, leaving you alone on the sidewalk. The woman who was reading from her leather-bound book has finished her tale and is putting away her bookmark. She glances up at you with a kind smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she offers a gentle greeting. You take this opportunity to ask her about Holy Week, wondering if it might hold some of the answers you're searching for. As she begins to explain its history and significance, her words drift into your mind like whispers carried on the breeze. In medieval Europe, Holy Week was indeed marked by elaborate reenactments of Jesus Christ's crucifixion. These events were often held in public spaces, drawing large crowds who would gather to watch as actors took turns portraying various roles from the story, among them Jesus himself, Pilate, and Pontius. Some towns even went so far as to recreate the exact layout of Jerusalem during that fateful week. But what struck you most about these reenactments was their stark contrast with modern-day Easter celebrations. Gone were the somber tones and solemn prayers. Instead, people would gather in festive spirits, dressing up in elaborate costumes and partaking in grand processions through town squares. You couldn't help but wonder, had things changed so much over time that we'd forgotten what Holy Week truly represented? As you continue to listen intently to the woman's tale, a faint realization dawns on you. Perhaps it wasn't about commemorating Jesus Christ's death and resurrection at all, or perhaps not solely for those reasons anyway. Maybe there was something more beneath the surface. The wind stirs up gently now, rustling leaves against each other in soft whispers as night begins to fall over the small town. People are starting to gather around their dinner tables, exchanging warm smiles with neighbors and friends who have stopped by for Easter Sunday supper. As you join one of these impromptu gatherings, a serving dish is placed before you, an exquisite array of lamb chops, boiled eggs, and dark green asparagus spears arranged artfully on fine china. Someone hands you a glass filled to the brim with pale yellow lemonade, frosted into delicate crystals along its rim. The room fills with gentle chatter, laughter, and clinking silverware against plates. A quiet pianist in the corner provides soft accompaniment for the evening's festivities. Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat, major drifting through the air like a wispy cloud. As you take your first bite of lamb chop, flavors burst forth on your tongue, savory spices and herbs mingling with subtle sweetness from the asparagus. You close your eyes to fully appreciate this simple yet satisfying taste experience, letting out a gentle sigh of contentment that's almost lost amidst the hum of conversations nearby. Your mind starts to wander once more, back to those medieval towns where people used to reenact Jesus Christ's crucifixion with such zeal and fervor. You imagine yourself walking through these streets on Holy Week, surrounded by elaborate costumes, loud chanting, and solemn prayers. A small part of you wonders what it would have been like to participate in one of these public displays, perhaps even playing a role as an actor, helping reenact the story for those gathered around you. You picture yourself holding that wooden cross now clutched tightly by the children earlier, their eyes shining bright with excitement and curiosity. And yet another part of your mind reminds itself, times have changed since then. We no longer live in a world where public executions, elaborate reenactments, or mock crucifixions are common occurrences, nor should they be for that matter. Our holidays now focus on warmth, love, family gatherings, and quiet remembrance. As the evening wears on, you take another sip of lemonade, feeling the cool liquid glide down your throat like a gentle lullaby. The pianist finishes their last piece, and an expectant silence falls across the room, followed by polite applause from those gathered around the dinner table. Your thoughts have slowed now. Conversation flows gently in waves as guests exchange stories about Easter traditions passed down through generations or shared with new friends made over supper. You notice how some people still follow these ancient customs to this day, even if they've lost their original context and historical significance, which perhaps explains why we celebrate a holiday named after Jesus Christ's death sentence. A gentle glance around the table catches your eye, faces aglow in candlelight, laughter mixing with quiet murmurs as stories unfold, soft clinking of silverware on fine china. It becomes clear to you that some aspects of our lives, even those tied closely to ancient customs and historical events, have come full circle, transforming into something uniquely new, yet still warm and inviting. You smile softly as the evening unfolds around you, feeling your eyelids grow heavier with each passing minute. As the sounds and scents become more muted, a soothing sense of tranquility settles over the gathering, blending seamlessly into the quiet night air outside, until it's almost indistinguishable from sleep itself. As the sounds and scents become more muted, a soothing sense of tranquility settles over the gathering, blending seamlessly into the quiet night air outside, until it's almost indistinguishable from sleep itself. The flickering torches on either side of the hall cast eerie shadows on the stone walls, their gentle sway making them seem like sentinels guarding against any sudden movements in the darkness. You notice a young servant girl hovering near the back of the room, her eyes fixed intently on the tables laden with food and drink. Her face is pale, and she's fidgeting nervously with the hem of her tunic, a habit that's become more pronounced since the Lord's feast was announced earlier in the day. The air inside the hall is thick, with the smell of roasting meat and simmering stews, but you catch a whiff of something acrid lingering around the girl. It might be old sweat or stale bread, but it's enough to make your nostrils twitch involuntarily just as she looks up and catches your eye. For an instant, their gazes lock in mutual understanding. This isn't just any feast. There are whispers among the servants about a possible poisoning. Rumors spread quickly through the castle walls, like dampness seeping into stone, but no one knows who might be spreading them or what they're after, only that it's always better to be cautious. You glance around at the other guests, their faces illuminated by the torches as they chat and laugh over cups of ale. Some have begun to sing softly, their voices blending together in a gentle harmony that rises above the din of conversation. It's a sound you've heard before, one that fills your chest with a sense of contentment, but this time it seems slightly off-key. The music dies down as Lord Edgar stands up from his seat at the head table, surveying his guests with an air of benevolence that borders on condescension. He's a tall man in his mid-40s, with a sharp jawline and piercing blue eyes that seem to bore into your very soul, not quite like looking directly into the sun, but close. Tonight is special for him. He's announced it himself earlier this week. A grand feast to mark my return from battle. You remember hearing about his skirmishes against rival clans in the north, though you've never actually met the man. He likes to remind everyone of his bravery whenever there's a new shipment of wine or ale being poured into the castle cellars. Lord Edgar raises his cup high and proposes a toast. May fortune smile upon us all this night. His voice booms off the stone walls, causing you to glance up at the rafters, where dust motes dance in the faint moonlight filtering through the narrow windows. Some of your fellow guests cheer and raise their cups alongside him, but others seem hesitant. You see a few lingering near the edges of the hall, their eyes flicking back and forth between Lord Edgar's table and the door behind them. They're probably thinking about excuses to slip out without drawing attention. It's not uncommon for some servants or guests to leave early when there's talk of poisonings, especially after last year's incident with Lady Isabella. The sound of clinking cups and murmured conversations fills the air as everyone takes a swig from their tankards. Lord Edgar beamingly watches his guests, seemingly oblivious to any misgivings they might have about tonight's gathering. You remember hearing that some people suspected foul play in Lady Isabella's passing, though it was officially ruled an accident by the castle physician. Rumors claimed she'd eaten a dish prepared specifically for her by one of Lord Edgar's personal chefs, who turned out to be under investigation later on. Rumblings about poisoning have become a persistent background noise within these castle walls. Everyone knows that when food and drink are concerned, people tend to whisper more than speak aloud. You recall the look in those young servants' eyes, especially Emilia from the East Wing's kitchen, whenever they talk about possible toxins or suspicious behavior among their colleagues. For now, though, all appears calm on the surface as Lord Edgar takes another sip of his ale and begins telling a story about one of his military victories. You glance over at the young servant girl again. She's still hovering near the back door, her eyes darting nervously between him and the food laid out before them. It becomes clear that tonight might be more eventful than initially thought, not just because Lord Edgar has announced a grand feast, but perhaps also due to something else altogether. You find yourself standing outside the grand hall of Lord Edgar's estate, your stomach growling with anticipation for the feast that has been announced earlier today. As you wait in line alongside other guests, the air thickens with the smell of roasting meat and freshly baked bread wafting from within. You can hear the murmur of hushed conversations and clinking glasses coming from inside. To your left, a young servant girl struggles to carry an enormous tray laden with steaming dishes, her face flushed with exertion as she navigates through the crowded courtyard. She catches your eye for a brief moment before hurrying off towards the kitchen, leaving behind a faint trail of spilled breadcrumbs that crunch beneath the feet of passing servants. The sound of gentle clinking and muffled laughter carries on from within the grand hall, growing louder with each passing minute as more guests arrive. You notice an elderly woman hovering near the entrance, her eyes scanning the crowd with an air of curiosity. She's dressed in a faded but intricately embroidered cloak that seems to shimmer in the fading light. As you wait your turn to enter, a faint memory tickles at the edge of your mind, one of whispers and secrets shared around campfires long past. You try to grasp it, but can't quite recall what sparked this elusive recollection. It's as if a thread has been pulled from an intricate tapestry, leaving behind only a hint of forgotten significance. As the doors swing open, you're ushered inside by a burly servant who guides you through the throng with a firm hand on your shoulder. You feel a gentle tug at the edge of your cloak, and for a moment, you worry that it's become entangled in someone else's clothing. But as you look down, you see only an elderly gentleman attempting to free himself from his own errant sleeve. Lord Edgar stands resplendent near the high table, flanked by his retinue of advisors and courtiers. His eyes scan the room with a practiced ease, making mental notes, no doubt, on who's in attendance tonight. A fleeting glance catches your eye as he notices you lingering at the edge of the crowd, an instant before he turns away to greet another guest. The air inside is thick with conversation, but beneath it lies an undercurrent that seems almost imperceptible until you listen closely. The hum of quiet conversations grows louder still, punctuated by muffled laughter and clinking glasses as the feast begins in earnest. Amidst this din, a whispered aside catches your attention. "Did you know?" You strain to pick out the speaker's words over the rising noise level, but fail to grasp what they said. The faces of nearby guests blur together until one elderly woman stands out from the crowd once more. Her eyes seem locked onto something in the distance beyond the throng, her gaze lingering on a particular spot where the light catches an edge of shadow. You turn your head towards where she's gazing, but see only the ornate stone wall adorning the far end of the hall. Something about this flicker of attention, brief as it was, makes you think back to memories from long past, ones that have always seemed just out of reach, like wisps on a moonlit breeze. It begins with a gentle hunch in your shoulders, the beginnings of fatigue creeping into your bones after an evening spent waiting and milling about. Your thoughts stray towards memories of earlier feasts, how Lord Edgar's cook had accidentally oversalted one particular dish until everyone spat it out mid-meal, or that time when a serving girl was caught slipping extra bread to her own family hiding beneath the tables. You find yourself drifting back into those familiar routines, only for your gaze to fall upon an old stone slab standing alone near the far end of the hall. The one with faded lettering worn away by years of dust and candle smoke. Yes, that one. It's a curious thing indeed. Why would Lord Edgar place such a relic in his grandest hall? The evening air, heavy with candle smoke and sweat, grows thick enough to swallow you whole as memories surface, like ripples on stagnant water. Recollections of laughter around campfires under star-filled skies now resurface, but they're accompanied by whispers of what else might be going on here tonight. Lord Edgar's feast has long since reached its crescendo, with conversation flowing freely and wine glasses clinking in every direction. The room is warm enough that you can feel the weight of your cloak around your shoulders like a second skin. You glance down at it now. An embroidered band caught the faint light dancing across the room. It seems to shimmer slightly where the thread has frayed, like so many other things here tonight that refuse to stay fixed in place for long. The stone floor beneath your feet creaks softly, a gentle complaint of worn wood and age, as you make your way through the dimly lit corridors of the medieval monastery. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and old parchment, the musty aroma clinging to every surface like a persistent ghost. You've been walking for what feels like hours, the soft rustle of your robes a constant accompaniment as you navigate the twisting passageways. Ahead of you, the flickering torches cast eerie shadows on the walls, making it seem as though the very stone itself is alive and moving in time with your footsteps. The sound of dripping water echoes through the corridors, a steady heartbeat that seems to synchronize with the beating of your own heart. Every now and then, a faint murmur drifts from one of the cells off to either side, a whispered prayer, perhaps, or a gentle conversation between monks. As you round a corner, you catch sight of a small group huddled around a wooden table in the center of a large chamber. The Record Keepers Guild has gathered here tonight, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candles and lanterns as they pore over a collection of dusty tomes and scrolls. Their conversation is low and urgent, punctuated by the occasional scribble on parchment or the rustle of pages being turned. You recognize one of them, Brother Edwin, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose as he pores over a particularly worn scroll. His eyes are narrowed in concentration, his brow furrowed with concern. Next to him stands Master William, his hands clasped together behind his back as he listens intently to one of the other monks. The room falls silent as you approach, all heads turning towards you with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The record keepers are always on edge, guarding their secrets and carefully recorded history from prying eyes or meddling minds. You nod politely in greeting, but they remain still, their faces set in solemn masks. You make your way to the table, trying not to draw attention to yourself as you slip into a vacant chair at the end of the row. Brother Edwin glances up, his expression softening slightly as he recognizes you. He nods curtly and returns to his studies, leaving Master William to greet you with a measured smile. We were just discussing certain discrepancies in the records, Master William says, his voice low but not unkind. A few anomalies have come to light that require further investigation. You nod politely, taking note of the scattered parchments and scrolls around them, the faint scent of ink on your fingers as you handle these ancient documents is a familiar comfort. But something about this gathering seems off tonight, and you can't quite put your finger on what it is. As the evening wears on, the record keepers continue to huddle together in quiet conversation, their whispers growing more animated by the minute. You take up your own work at the far end of the table, an old illuminated manuscript requiring careful repair and restoration. The hours tick by with a soothing slowness, the only sound being the soft scratch of nibs on parchment or the occasional creak of leather-bound tomes as they're opened and closed. The air is thickening now, heavy with fatigue and the weight of centuries-old secrets kept hidden behind stone walls and locked doors. Just before midnight, a faint knock echoes through the corridors outside, soft but insistent, like a gentle reminder that even in the stillness of night, there's always more to attend to. Master William looks up from his work, a hint of concern crossing his features as he rises from his seat. "Lawrence, I suppose it is time for us," he says finally, with a nod at the others around him. With slow deliberation, they pack away their papers and scrolls, carefully extinguishing candles and lanterns as they move towards the door. Brother Edwin lingers behind, his eyes fixed on some point in the distance, as though lost in thought. "You will want to take this," he says finally, holding out a small leather pouch containing a single sheet of parchment. "It's a copy of something we've been trying to decipher." The night air outside is cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and fresh rain. The moon has risen now, casting an eerie silver glow over the monastery grounds, shadows stretching long and twisted across the grass as you make your way back through the deserted corridors. You tuck the parchment into a fold in your robe, feeling the weight of its presence there like a small, unspoken promise. As you walk on, the silence begins to grow more oppressive, punctuated by an occasional distant creak or scurrying sound from unseen corners. It's almost dawn now, just before first light, when shadows are at their longest and most treacherous. You quicken your pace, feeling a growing sense of unease as you navigate through the increasingly dark corridors. But something catches your eye ahead, a small stone pedestal standing against one wall, its surface worn smooth by countless centuries of touch. On top of it rests an old chronicle, bound in cracked leather and adorned with faded gold filigree. The cover bears no title or inscription that you can see, but the pages within are yellowed and brittle to the touch. You recognize this as one of the oldest records kept at the monastery, a history stretching back centuries before even the earliest written accounts began. And yet, it seems almost untouched by time itself, its stories preserved in a strange state of suspended animation, like so many other things here tonight that refuse to stay fixed in place for long. As you lift the cover and let your fingers fall upon the first page, a faint shiver runs through you, not quite fear, but something close. It's as though you've disturbed some hidden balance within these ancient walls, sending ripples outward into the darkness itself. You pause there, holding your breath in anticipation of what may come next. But for now, all is silent once more, the stillness broken only by the creaking of old stone and wood beneath your weight, a steady heartbeat that refuses to falter even when the rest of the world seems lost forever in the night. As you stand there, lost in thought and the musty scent of age, it begins to grow clear just what this place truly is, a labyrinth of forgotten memories hidden away from prying eyes and busy minds. And at its heart, like some ancient core or seed, lies an enigmatic silence that refuses to be broken, no matter how hard one tries. You let the chronicle fall back into your hands, feeling its weight settle once more against your chest as you turn slowly towards the door ahead. In this dimly lit world of shadow and half-light, it seems almost impossible not to get lost in time itself, just another quiet moment amidst countless others waiting patiently like so many hidden rooms within a labyrinthine mind. As you step out into morning's grey light, the stillness falls around you once more, now broken by only the faintest hint of birdsong rising from somewhere beyond these monastery walls. It is as though even nature itself has been put to sleep, awaiting your departure before stirring again in its gentle rhythms and silences. You breathe deeply, letting the cool morning air fill your lungs, a mixture of earthy scent and damp stone that's almost comforting after so long within those stifling corridors. And yet, despite this quiet, you can't shake off the feeling that something has been left behind, some small thread or hidden connection waiting patiently in the shadows to be rediscovered. It seems as though even now, just beyond your field of vision, a faint light flickers like so many other tiny sparks within these stone walls. As you walk on through morning's haze and misty dawnlight, it becomes harder still not to wonder about what lies hidden behind each turn of the corridor, some forgotten memory or secret, waiting patiently in the darkness for its own moment to resurface once more. As you continue your stroll through the castle's corridors, the soft tread of your footsteps echoes off the stone walls, growing fainter with each step as the silence deepens around you. The morning light has long since given way to a warm, golden glow that seems to seep from the very stones themselves, casting long shadows across the flagstones and imbuing everything with an air of quiet contemplation. Your thoughts begin to wander once more to the curious customs of this medieval world, where seemingly mundane objects held sacred significance. Your hand strays to your belt pouch as you ponder a particular anomaly. Why did people carry pepper and vinegar around with them at all times? The spices themselves are not particularly exotic or rare. In fact, they're rather ubiquitous in most kitchens. But the manner in which everyone seemed to treat these containers like talismans is what's truly puzzling. You recall walking into a bustling market stall earlier that morning, where the vendor was carefully measuring out pinches of peppercorns and pouring them into small pouches for his customers. The way he handled those tiny bags with reverence, as if they contained some precious elixir rather than mere spices, caught your attention. And then there were the vinegar bottles, always tucked away in a hidden pocket or tied to one's belt like a trusty companion. Curiosity gets the better of you, and you decide to investigate further. You make your way back through the winding corridors, following the faint scent of vinegar that seems to cling to every surface like an unshakable mist. The light grows dimmer as you delve deeper into the castle's bowels. It's a labyrinthine world where one wrong turn can lead you into hidden courtyards or secret passages. Eventually, you find yourself standing before a small door adorned with intricate carvings of vines and leaves. A sign above the entrance reads, "The Apothecary," in faded letters, but there's no indication that this is indeed some sort of medicinal storehouse. The air around it seems stiller than anywhere else, as if even the whispers and murmurs from the castle's residents have ceased to disturb its tranquility. You push open the door, and a faint sigh escapes your lips as you step into the dimly lit interior. Rows upon rows of shelves stretch towards the vaulted ceiling, packed with tiny jars containing an assortment of powders, potions, and dried herbs. At the far end of the room stands a figure hunched over a workbench, surrounded by scattered papers, measuring cups, and various contraptions that seem to defy explanation. The apothecary itself is little more than a small, elderly man with spectacles perched on the end of his nose. His eyes dart up as you enter, but he merely nods in your direction before returning to his work, whatever it may be. You sense that he's not particularly interested in visitors. Rather, he seems lost in thought, poring over some ancient tome or scribbling notes by candlelight. As you watch him, a faint scratching noise begins to emanate from the opposite side of the room. A small, leather-bound book lies open on a nearby pedestal, its pages rustling softly as an unseen hand, perhaps that of the apothecary himself, moves across them with deliberate slowness. You can't help but be drawn towards this subtle motion, your eyes tracing the faint lines etched into the parchment. The words themselves are written in a language you don't recognize, yet somehow their meaning seems to resonate deep within your chest. It's almost as if these arcane symbols hold secrets that lie beyond translation, whispers of some hidden truth waiting to be uncovered by one brave enough, or foolhardy enough to explore its mysteries. You feel the weight of this realization settle upon you like a shroud, and for an instant, time itself seems to slow. The scratching ceases, the candle's flame dances in silence. Even your own breathing appears suspended, as if awaiting permission from some unseen authority to proceed further into this strange realm. And then, just as suddenly, it all begins again. The apothecary returns to his scribbling, the scratching resumes its gentle rhythm on the parchment pages, and you're left standing there in a world where nothing seems quite right, yet everything somehow feels strangely familiar. You realize that these medieval people have created their own peculiar reality, one governed by customs both baffling and captivating. As your thoughts meander back to the pepper and vinegar containers, memories begin to resurface like ripples on a pond, of women carefully placing small pouches in their aprons before heading into the marketplace, of men cinching leather straps around their belts with an air almost reverent as they prepared for battle or some other momentous occasion. It becomes clear that these humble objects held far more significance than mere sustenance. You continue to ponder this peculiar phenomenon, wondering whether it's possible to uncover a deeper purpose behind such seemingly arbitrary customs. The apothecary remains oblivious to your presence. The scratching on parchment grows louder as he delves further into his studies, perhaps seeking answers to questions you've yet to pose yourself. You find yourself standing on a dusty cobblestone street, surrounded by tall buildings that seem to lean inwards, as if sharing secrets with each other. The apothecary's shop creaks gently in the evening breeze, its wooden sign swaying above the entrance like a tired arm waving goodbye. You've been exploring these narrow alleys for hours, and the fading light makes everything feel more intimate. The scratching on parchment has grown louder now. You can almost hear the apothecary's pen screeching across the paper as he pores over his notes. His eyes are narrowed in concentration, fingers stained with ink making small movements on the page. You wonder if he's searching for a cure, or perhaps trying to understand some long-forgotten recipe. The smell of sandalwood and rose petals wafts from within the shop, carried by the faint scent of old books. It's an odd mix, but one that feels strangely familiar, like walking into your own home after being away too long. You notice a small wooden chest in the corner of the room, its lid slightly ajar, as if inviting you to peer inside. A gentle hum fills the air, coming from the nearby bakery where bakers are kneading dough for tomorrow's loaves. The rhythmic thump-thump-thump is soothing, but also makes your stomach growl with hunger. It's been hours since you last ate a proper meal. You consider ducking into the bakery to buy something, but then remember that your money pouch was stolen during one of those crowded market stalls. A faint breeze stirs outside, rustling leaves on nearby trees and carrying the distant sound of laughter from the town square. People are still gathered there, watching the traveling performers who seem to be spinning a never-ending tale with their acrobatics. You spot a group of children chasing each other around a fountain, shrieking in delight as water splashes against their legs. As you continue your meandering thoughts, a snippet catches your attention. Who lived in the secret underground city discovered by accident? The phrase seems to materialize out of nowhere, perhaps from overheard conversations or snippets of news that floated past on the wind. You try to recall where you heard it first, but can't quite place it. Your eyes wander back to the apothecary's shop, and for a moment, you imagine what secrets might be hidden beneath its wooden floorboards. Were there once families living below street level? Did they tend gardens in the dark or use candles that flickered like fireflies on summer nights? You recall reading something about ancient cities being built into hillsides, places where dwellings were carved directly into rock and layered over generations, like onions peeling away from a central core. Such structures would be impossible to see unless you knew exactly where to look. A small door hidden behind the bakery's ovens piques your interest now. It appears as if someone tried to cover it up with a piece of faded cloth, but only managed to obscure rather than conceal. You imagine yourself pushing past the bakers and their steam-kissed faces, slipping through that narrow opening into darkness. As you ponder this mystery, a gentle wind stirs nearby, carrying on its breath whispers from those who might have lived beneath your feet. Were they merchants or artisans? Did children grow up in these hidden quarters with little more than candlelight to guide their steps? It's difficult to focus. The apothecary remains oblivious to your presence as he pokes and prods at various jars on his shelves, adding a pinch of this, a dash of that, creating potions whose purposes you can only speculate about. His concentration makes him seem almost otherworldly. A faint creaking noise draws your attention back outside. The wooden sign above the apothecary's shop has swung forward slightly in the evening breeze, revealing an address etched into its surface, Balthazar 3, and a small arrow pointing towards a set of narrow stairs hidden behind the bakery. It seems someone must have passed through those doors recently. Your curiosity gets the better of you now. You carefully push open the creaky door and make your way down a winding staircase, descending deeper into darkness, as if following an invisible thread that unwinds before you like a secret map. At first, it's hard to tell whether the air is musty or if it simply feels stale from disuse. The stairs are narrow, with walls lined by old brickwork and tiny windows letting in slivers of light, more than enough for you to navigate, but hardly sufficient for anything else. Your hand brushes against cold stone as you edge along a wall, attempting not to make too much noise. You can't help thinking that this hidden passageway was once used regularly. Perhaps it connected the apothecary's shop with some other establishment in town, maybe even one of those mysterious guilds whispered about among townspeople. You imagine the hushed meetings and midnight councils held beneath your feet, voices barely audible above a whisper as they planned their clandestine endeavors. The air grows cooler now. You notice condensation on nearby walls, indicating that this tunnel was occasionally used for more than just storage, possibly even habitation. The thought sends shivers down your spine. What kind of people lived in these cramped quarters? As the darkness begins to lose its edge from being broken up by small windows, you start making out faint outlines, ancient furniture tucked into corners or discarded at odd intervals along the walls. It's as if time itself had slowed within this tunnel. A gentle hum fills your ears now, a soft buzzing noise that seems almost hypnotic in quality, like bees moving through hives on summer days when air is heavy with blooming flowers. The sound grows louder and you recognize it, the very same vibration that once led you to stumble upon this hidden passageway. The apothecary remains oblivious above. His scratching has slowed now, as if sensing something amiss in the silence below. But then, suddenly, he pauses mid-stroke and glances down towards your location. As he continues to scrub the stone floor with a worn-out rag, his eyes wander down towards you, and for an instant, it seems like time itself has slowed down. The air in this dimly lit chamber is heavy with dust and the faint scent of old herbs, carried on the gentle draft that seeps through the narrow windows high above. You can hear the soft creaking of wooden beams as they shift ever so slightly under the weight of centuries. The man's gaze lingers for a moment before he shakes his head, refocusing on his task with an air of resignation. The sound of his scrubbing grows more intense once again, and you find yourself drawn into the rhythm of it, the soft scrape of stone against rag, the gentle suck as he pulls the water-stained dirt away from the surface. As you stand there in this quiet moment, a thought begins to creep up on you. What if the rules that governed life during medieval times were not just quirks and idiosyncrasies, but rather evidence of an entirely different way of thinking? The idea starts as a faint whisper, barely audible over the sound of your own heartbeat. You glance around at the small details in this chamber, the simple wooden chair tucked away against one wall, the narrow table beside it holding only a single candle and a worn leather book. Each object seems to hold secrets, stories waiting to be unraveled by some curious mind. And yet, for now, they remain as silent witnesses to the quiet routines that once filled this space. The man's scrubbing grows more labored as he reaches a particularly stubborn patch of grime on the stone floor. His breathing becomes heavier, his movements less fluid. For an instant, it seems like you're experiencing time in slow motion. Each tick and tock of the clockwork heart beating within your chest feels like a deliberate, measured step. It's then that you notice something. The faint scent of herbs hanging heavy over this space isn't just coming from the old container on the shelf. The air itself seems infused with it, carried perhaps by some invisible breeze wafting through the narrow windows high above, or even lingering in the crevices and cracks within these ancient stones. Your mind begins to wander down a particular path, one that's been laid out for you like a winding stream. What if these medieval rules governing daily life weren't merely practicalities, but expressions of an intricate web of social hierarchies? The thought becomes more pronounced as the creaking of wooden beams continues. Each groan and shift feels less like random settling than deliberate messages from some long-forgotten past. As you stand there, lost in this reverie, a faint whisper starts to form within your mind. What if women were just as capable of navigating these rules as men? What if the peculiar customs governing their lives, the way they cooked meals, managed households, and even bore children, weren't reflective of some essential difference, but rather evidence of a system both rigidly controlled and woefully underdocumented? You glance around at this dimly lit space once more. The simple wooden chair against one wall seems less like an object than a portal into a world filled with complexities and contradictions. And yet, amidst all these mysteries, lies the quiet sound of water dripping from a rusty pipe somewhere deep within these ancient walls, each drop falling like a tiny pebble dropped onto still waters. Your gaze drifts towards that particular spot where you noticed some faint smudges on the stone floor earlier today. Those marks seem to hold secrets now. Perhaps it's nothing more than dust and dirt, but as your mind continues its meandering path through this quiet space, even these small details take on a life of their own. As you ponder further down this winding stream, memories start to rise up like bubbles in water. Medieval women managing households with remarkable efficiency, crafting medicines from wild herbs found in nearby fields and forests, tending to gardens where vegetables grew as readily as weeds. Their stories are intertwined with those of the men they lived among, both bound by rules governing daily life that seemed arbitrary, even cruel. The sound of your own heartbeat becomes a steady companion, marking out each moment like a quiet pulse, time ticking away in measured steps while you wander through this mental landscape filled with contradictions and complexities. Your gaze drifts upwards towards the narrow windows high above. Their panes are dusty now, but once they allowed sunlight to pour in like liquid gold. As your mind continues its winding journey, one question starts to take shape within it. What if the medieval rules governing daily life were not merely reflections of societal norms, but rather deliberate attempts at control? The thought forms slowly, carried on a gentle breeze that stirs the dust motes dancing within this quiet space. It's then that you notice something. The simple wooden chair against one wall is no longer quite as still as it seemed earlier. A faint creak has started to build within its frame, like the soft whisper of an ancient voice trying to break through into a world more attuned to silence and shadow than light. You watch transfixed as this quiet motion builds in intensity, each groan feeling less like some random settling than deliberate message from another time. It's then that you start to see the medieval women, their faces shrouded by shadows, but eyes shining bright with an inner determination, managing households filled with small children and meager provisions, tending to gardens as carefully tended as any patch of valuable land. As this vision solidifies within your mind, like some ancient painting slowly revealing its hidden colors in the fading light of a summer evening, you begin to realize just how little we truly know about their lives. Each moment was etched with quiet routines and rituals, often overlooked by those who came later, medieval women having babies while pregnant. The air itself seems heavy now, with secrets waiting to be uncovered, like some vast library filled with dusty volumes holding mysteries within their cracked leather bindings. You can almost feel the weight of centuries settling upon your shoulders as you ponder further down this winding stream, searching for answers hidden deep within these dimly lit corners and quiet routines. The creaking wooden chair becomes a steady heartbeat now, marking out each moment like some ancient drumbeat echoing through time. Reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay the keys to understanding. And so, with each passing instant, you find yourself drawn deeper into this world filled with complexities, where women having babies while pregnant was merely one more thread within an intricate tapestry of rules governing daily life. As your mind continues its winding journey through these quiet spaces and forgotten routines, you start to notice something peculiar about the air itself. It seems infused not just with the scent of herbs, but also a faint hint of candle smoke carried on some invisible breeze. This small detail takes on significance within this dimly lit space, each flicker casting shadows that dance across the walls like tiny spirits trying to break free. You ponder further, carried along by the steady beat of your own heartbeat. What if these medieval women had an entirely different way of thinking? One where rules governing daily life were not merely reflections of societal norms, but rather deliberate attempts at control, each moment etched with quiet routines and rituals often overlooked by those who came later. The creaking wooden chair grows louder now, its steady beat a reminder that even in the most mundane moments lay hidden keys to understanding. And so, as you wander deeper into this world filled with complexities and contradictions, you start to see medieval women having babies while pregnant, each moment etched within their lives like some delicate brush stroke upon an ancient canvas. As your mind continues its meandering path through these quiet spaces, memories rise up like bubbles in water, daily routines governed by strict rules, household chores managed with remarkable efficiency, medicines crafted from wild herbs found nearby. Each story intertwines with those of the men they lived among, bound together within this intricate web of societal norms. The air itself seems heavy now, with secrets waiting to be uncovered, carried on a gentle breeze that stirs dust motes dancing in dim light, each moment holding tiny fragments of an entire world filled with complexities. And so, as you ponder further down this winding stream, searching for answers hidden deep within these forgotten routines and quiet spaces, you find yourself drawn deeper into the lives of medieval women having babies while pregnant. The creaking wooden chair grows softer now, its steady beat a reminder that even in those most mundane moments lay hidden keys to understanding. As your mind continues its winding journey through this world filled with contradictions and complexities, one final thought starts to take shape within it. Perhaps the key lies not just in these forgotten routines, but also within ourselves. For each moment we live is etched upon us like some delicate brush stroke upon an ancient canvas. As you stand there, lost in this quiet space filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered, time itself seems to slow down. The creaking wooden chair becomes a steady heartbeat once more, marking out each moment like some ancient drumbeat echoing through time. Reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay the keys to understanding. The darkness begins to deepen now, as if carried by some gentle breeze that stirs dust motes dancing within dim light. The air itself seems heavy with secrets waiting to be uncovered, held deep within these forgotten routines and quiet spaces where medieval women lived their lives amidst rules governing daily life, both rigidly controlled and woefully underdocumented. The last flicker of candlelight casts shadows on the walls like tiny spirits trying to break free, carrying you further along this winding stream through a world filled with complexities. And so, as your mind continues its meandering path, searching for answers hidden deep within these quiet spaces, time itself seems to stretch out before you like an endless canvas waiting to be explored. The wooden chair creaks softly once more, marking out each moment like some ancient drumbeat echoing through time. Reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay the keys to understanding. The darkness grows deeper now, carried by a gentle breeze stirring dust motes dancing within dim light, holding secrets of medieval women having babies while pregnant. The creaking wooden chair becomes softer still, its steady beat carrying you further along this winding stream through a world filled with contradictions and complexities. Time itself seems to stretch out before you like an endless canvas waiting to be explored, each moment etched upon it like some delicate brush stroke upon an ancient canvas. As the last flicker of candlelight vanishes into darkness, leaving only shadows dancing on walls, carried by that gentle breeze stirring dust motes within dim light, time itself seems to slow down once more. The air is heavy now with secrets waiting to be uncovered, held deep within these forgotten routines and quiet spaces where medieval women lived their lives amidst rules governing daily life, both rigidly controlled and woefully underdocumented. The darkness becomes complete, plunging you into a world filled with mysteries waiting to be explored, each moment etched upon an endless canvas like some delicate brush stroke. The creaking wooden chair is silent now, its steady beat replaced by the quiet sound of your own heartbeat echoing through time. Reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay hidden keys to understanding. As you stand there lost within this dimly lit space, surrounded by shadows dancing on walls and dust motes carried by a gentle breeze stirring within dim light, one final thought takes shape within your mind. It's not just about the forgotten routines or quiet spaces, but also about ourselves. Each moment we live is etched upon us like some delicate brush stroke upon an ancient canvas. The darkness remains complete, holding secrets of medieval women having babies while pregnant, carried on a gentle breeze stirring dust motes dancing within dim light. Time itself seems to stretch out before you now like an endless expanse waiting to be explored, each moment filled with complexities and contradictions that whisper through the ages in quiet whispers of forgotten routines. The creaking wooden chair remains silent, its steady beat replaced by your own heartbeat echoing through time, reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay hidden keys to understanding. The darkness is complete now, plunging you into a world filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered, each moment etched upon an endless canvas like some delicate brush stroke. As the silence envelops you completely, holding secrets of medieval women having babies while pregnant, carried on that gentle breeze stirring dust motes within dim light, one final thought remains. It's not just about understanding, but also embracing this intricate web of complexities and contradictions. For each moment we live is etched upon us like some delicate brush stroke upon an ancient canvas. The darkness persists, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered. As you stand there lost in the silence, surrounded by shadows dancing on walls and dust motes, carried by a gentle breeze stirring within dim light. Your mind continues its meandering path through this world filled with complexities, searching for answers hidden deep within these forgotten routines and quiet spaces. Time itself seems to stretch out before you now like an endless expanse waiting to be explored. Each moment is etched upon it like some delicate brush stroke, carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through the ages in quiet whispers. The creaking wooden chair remains silent, its steady beat replaced by your own heartbeat echoing through time. Reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay hidden keys to understanding. The darkness persists, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered within these dimly lit spaces filled with mysteries and complexities. As you stand there lost in the silence, surrounded by shadows dancing on walls and dust motes carried by a gentle breeze stirring within dim light, your mind continues its winding journey through this world, searching for answers hidden deep within forgotten routines. And so, as time stretches out before you like an endless canvas waiting to be explored, each moment etched upon it with delicate brush strokes, carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through the ages in quiet whispers, one final thought remains. It's not just about understanding, but also embracing this intricate web of complexities and contradictions. For even in those most mundane moments lay hidden keys to unlocking our own lives. As the silence envelops you completely, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered within these dimly lit spaces filled with mysteries and complexities, each moment a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through time, your mind comes to rest. The darkness persists, its shadows dancing on walls like tiny spirits trying to break free. And so, as the last whisper fades into silence, leaving only the quiet sound of dust motes carried by a gentle breeze stirring within dim light, you find yourself standing at the edge of this endless expanse waiting to be explored, each moment etched upon it with delicate brush strokes carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through time in quiet whispers. The darkness is complete now, its shadows dancing on walls like tiny spirits trying to break free. The silence persists, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered within these dimly lit spaces filled with mysteries and complexities. Each moment, a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines. And so, as the last whisper fades into nothingness, leaving only your own heartbeat echoing through time, reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay hidden keys to understanding, you come to rest within this world filled with intricacies and contradictions. The darkness persists, its shadows dancing on walls like tiny spirits trying to break free. The silence remains complete now, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered within these dimly lit spaces filled with mysteries and complexities. Each moment, a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through time in quiet whispers. And so, as your mind comes to rest, lost within this world filled with intricacies and contradictions, the darkness persists. Its shadows dance on walls like tiny spirits trying to break free from their confines. The silence remains complete now, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered. Each moment, a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through time. And so, as you stand at the edge of this endless expanse, where mysteries and complexities whisper through the ages in quiet whispers, one final thought takes shape within your mind. It's not just about understanding, but also embracing this intricate web of intricacies and contradictions. For each moment we live is etched upon us like some delicate brush stroke upon an ancient canvas. The darkness persists, its shadows dancing on walls like tiny spirits trying to break free from their confines. The silence remains complete now, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered within these dimly lit spaces filled with mysteries and complexities. Each moment, a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through time in quiet whispers. And so, as you come to rest within this world filled with intricacies and contradictions, surrounded by shadows dancing on walls like tiny spirits trying to break free from their confines, the darkness persists. Its silence remains complete now, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered. Each moment, a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines. The creaking wooden chair becomes silent once more, its steady beat replaced by your own heartbeat echoing through time. Reminders that even in those most mundane moments lay hidden keys to understanding. The darkness persists now, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered within these dimly lit spaces filled with mysteries and complexities. Each moment, a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines. And so, as you stand at the edge of this endless expanse, waiting to be explored, surrounded by shadows dancing on walls like tiny spirits trying to break free from their confines, one final thought remains. It's not just about understanding, but also embracing this intricate web of intricacies and contradictions. For each moment we live is etched upon us like some delicate brush stroke upon an ancient canvas. The darkness persists now, its silence complete, holding secrets waiting to be uncovered within these dimly lit spaces filled with mysteries and complexities. Each moment, a delicate brush stroke upon an endless canvas, carrying whispers of forgotten routines that echo through time in quiet whispers. You find yourself walking alongside a winding dirt path that stretches out into the misty morning air. The only sound being the soft crunch of gravel beneath your feet and the distant lowing of cattle in the nearby fields. A gentle breeze stirs, rustling leaves on the sparse trees lining the path. To one side stands an imposing manor house, with its stone facade worn smooth by time. Smoke drifts lazily from a chimney pot above what appears to be the kitchen area. The windows are narrow and high-set in their frames, filtering in a soft, pale light that dances across the walls as you approach. Your footsteps slow as you draw closer, your attention drawn to an old wooden door hung with rusty hinges at the entrance of this manor house. A faint memory flickers on the edges of awareness, something about service and obligations. You push open the creaking door without making a sound, stepping inside into the musty silence. You find yourself in what appears to be the Great Hall, dark paneled walls adorned with faded family crests above fireplaces and narrow windows that admit only meager amounts of light. Shadows cast from the flickering flames dance upon these walls as they warm against the early morning chill, their gentle sway like a lullaby. To your left stands a long wooden table bearing remnants of last night's meal, a scattering of crumbs on a fine white linen cloth and an empty wine jug positioned at its center. Nearby, a lone candle casts an unsteady light upon a nearby bench, where a pair of tattered boots leans against the wall, awaiting their owner no doubt. Your gaze drifts towards the fire crackling in the hearth below, embers glowing with a gentle warmth, as if holding onto summer's final days. Above it stands a wooden mantelpiece bearing an assortment of dusty keepsakes and faded family portraits. Each face set in stern expressions, echoes from times past when laughter was muted by duty. You've been walking for what feels like hours now through mist-shrouded fields and winding forest paths leading you to these manor houses where lords held sway over their serfs, demanding service without question or reprieve. Their authority, absolute within the strict boundaries of feudal law, an intricate web woven from tradition, obligation, and fear. You notice how cold it is here in this great hall, despite last night's embers still crackling in the hearth. Its warmth struggles to penetrate beyond a few feet into the surrounding space. The air is thick with stale scents, wood smoke mingled with damp earth and old fabric worn smooth by countless hands. Service in these manor houses was not optional. You would either serve your lord faithfully or face dire consequences, banishment from his lands, imprisonment for disobedience, or even worse, the loss of family standing within this rigidly stratified society. The memory of an anecdote passed down through generations comes to mind now. A peasant who dared challenge their lord's authority ended up with one less hand after a disagreement. The hours tick by slowly as you wander these deserted corridors, dusty air thickening the stillness like cobwebs clinging to forgotten portraits. No servants in attendance today, it seems, perhaps due to some festival or celebration elsewhere within the estate. You move deeper into this manor house with growing curiosity. Passing through doorways now leads you down narrow passageways and along creaky corridors lined by faded tapestries bearing scenes from battles long past. A faint scent of rotting wood wafts on drafts carrying whispers that echo off these walls as the day slowly awakens, its gentle light seeping into the shadows. Your footsteps have grown quiet once more, in sync with the somber atmosphere within this manor house, now shrouded by dimming daylight struggling to penetrate dusty windows. Shadows stretch and twist upon the cold stone floor like dark fingers reaching for something long forgotten, memories of laughter, love, or loss that lingers on amidst these silent halls. You've been here some time, lost in thought, as you wander this labyrinthine manor house, searching for answers hidden within its crumbling stones. Perhaps it's better not to know what lies beneath the surface. After all, silence is often the best response when faced with life's unspoken truths. A low hum now carries on drafts through your ears, a quiet rumble growing louder as wheels creak along a nearby road outside, horse hooves pounding in rhythm. Servants returning, perhaps. The manor's daily routine resumes its steady beat, like some ancient metronome marking the passage of time within these stone walls. Your footsteps slow further now. Curiosity has you paused at an old wooden door slightly ajar between dark passageways leading deeper into this manor house. A musty scent wafts from beyond it, stale air rich with hints of dust, aged wood, and forgotten routines hanging heavy like mist in the stillness. You push open the creaking door slowly now, its hinges protest as you step across a threshold, marking some unknown boundary between one space and another within this complex web. Beyond lies an old storage room filled with ancient relics, moth-eaten tapestries bearing faded colors, crumbling portraits on wooden panels, dusty vases gathering dust on narrow shelves. At the far end of this small space stands an ornate box crafted from dark wood, its surface adorned with fine etchings that catch your eye. You approach it cautiously now. Something feels out of place here amidst these relics of times past. Perhaps a personal item belonging to one long forgotten who left behind memories lingering like wisps on the air. The light is dim within this storage room, filtered through dusty glass panels above an adjacent door, allowing only faint slivers of daylight to dance upon worn objects gathered within its confines. Shadows cast by flickering candlelight on walls seem alive now as they twist and writhe in sync with your footsteps moving across this cold stone floor. Your fingers brush against the fine etchings that adorn the box's surface, intricate patterns woven together forming a delicate whole, each line telling some forgotten story within its dark wood. A small inscription etched into one corner catches your eye now. It reads, "Service due." The old stone building seems to slumber alongside you, its stones worn smooth by time and weather. You find yourself walking along a narrow corridor, your footsteps echoing off the walls as you follow the faint scent of dust and aged wood polish. A small inscription etched into one corner catches your eye now. It reads, "Service due," in letters that seem to have been painted on at some point in the past century. You pause for a moment, running your fingers over the rough stone surface beneath your hand as you try to make sense of what this might mean. Service due. For whom? What kind of service would be required here, amidst these dusty shelves and forgotten relics? You frown slightly, but there's something else that draws your attention, a faint smell wafting from around the corner. As you turn into the next room, you're struck by the sheer amount of, well, nothing. It's not entirely empty. There are rows upon rows of old wooden cabinets and shelves, each one stacked with items that seem to have been left untouched for decades or more. There's a faint sheen on some of them from dust, while others appear worn smooth as though they've been handled countless times. You wander deeper into the room, your footsteps quieting slightly as you take in the sheer volume of stuff. It's not just dusty old trinkets and broken ornaments. There are also what look like entire sets of clothing, some of which seem to be in remarkably good condition considering how long they've been here. You pick up a faded silk dress with intricate embroidery along its hem. It's surprisingly heavy for something so delicate. The fabric feels cool against your fingers as you hold the dress out at arm's length, studying it more closely. Someone must have made this themselves, perhaps one of those needlewomen who used to work in workshops like this. The thought brings up all sorts of questions about how they managed their lives. Where did they live? Did they have families or roommates? As you continue your examination, the dress begins to feel heavy against your arm. You realize that it's not just the fabric itself. There must be some weight hidden away in the folds and seams as well. You turn over a sleeve, peering inside. Sure enough, there are tiny stitches running along the lining, each one carefully placed. You wonder if anyone has ever taken this dress apart to see what's inside, or whether it was left like this for someone else to find years later. The thought sends you wandering off down other paths. What would happen when they finally took it out of storage? Would someone be waiting to repair it, or would it go straight into a museum? You move on from the dress and start poking through nearby shelves instead. Some things look like they belong in a thrift store: old jars filled with stale breadcrumbs, tattered lace doilies that seem to have been used as makeshift covers for who knows what. Others appear more valuable. Delicate porcelain figurines are stacked haphazardly on one shelf. Farther down the room, you find what looks like an entire collection of antique silverware. Each item seems to tell a story, some about people's lives and tastes in different eras, while others hint at how things got lost or forgotten. There's a faint scent lingering around these shelves too, not just dust and old wood polish this time, but something else that catches your attention like a whisper from the past. You breathe it in deeper. After a moment, you can pinpoint what it is: someone's sweat. It's an odd smell at first, until you remember all those long hours spent working out in hot summer sun or wrestling with overheavy loads on a sweltering day. This must be how people used to smell when they worked hard. As the thought settles, your thoughts start drifting elsewhere again. You begin thinking about work itself, what kind of tasks these needlewomen might have been doing all those years ago. Were their teams working together in shifts, or did individuals labor alone for hours on end? You continue walking through this dimly lit room, taking care not to knock over any more fragile items as you go. The air is thick with the scent of old fabric and sweat. It's a smell that seems both deeply personal and utterly anonymous at the same time. Your footsteps grow quieter still. In some areas of the room, they're muffled by thick layers of dust or uneven flooring. You frown slightly as you navigate through this landscape, trying to imagine what life must have been like for those who used these spaces long ago, people who worked hard with their hands and often had little time for anything else. As you move deeper into the room, a faint creaking starts echoing off the walls. It's not from any footsteps or shifting shelves this time. Instead, it seems to be coming from something much larger than yourself, perhaps even one of those massive wooden presses that used to sit in workshops like this. You pause for a moment, listening intently. After a few moments of silence, you realize the creaking has stopped as suddenly as it began. The room falls silent once more, except for the quiet sound of your own breathing. You continue walking forward slowly now, trying not to disturb any other hidden secrets within these walls. As you move along one shelf in particular, a faint smell catches your eye, something sweet and sharp at the same time. Peering inside a nearby cabinet, you find what looks like an entire collection of perfume bottles, tiny glass containers with intricately etched designs on their sides. They're nestled among other items as well, dusty vials filled with dried herbs or crushed flowers, old-fashioned scent sticks made from beeswax and essential oils. Your fingers reach out to touch one of the perfume bottles, running along its smooth surface before you hesitate. What if it's not safe? What if someone added something to this stuff long ago that shouldn't be touched anymore? As your hand lingers above the bottle, a tiny piece of information slips into place, something you saw earlier on one of those dusty cabinets. It was an old label or sticker. At first glance, it seemed like just another forgotten relic. But now, with this perfume bottle in front of you, its meaning becomes clear: service due. You remember the inscription from a few rooms back and wonder if there's some connection between these two, Perhaps both refer to people who worked hard behind closed doors. The thought sends your mind wandering off once more. What kind of service did they provide? And what exactly was due in return for their labor? As you ponder this, the room around you starts growing darker still. Outside, it's evening by now, or possibly even nighttime already. You realize how much time has passed since you started exploring these old rooms. Your footsteps slow down further as you navigate through the dimly lit space, trying not to disturb any more secrets hidden within its walls. It's almost like walking in a dream. Everything feels surreal and distant, except for that smell of sweat lingering around every corner. It keeps grounding you back into reality with each step. You come across an old wooden table in one area. On top of it is what looks like a simple sewing box made from worn leather. The edges are cracked now, but the stitching along its seams remains remarkably tight, considering how long ago it was made. Your fingers reach out to touch this small box once more, not because you need anything inside, just for something familiar in an otherwise alien world of dusty relics and forgotten memories. As your hand lingers above the lid, a faint rustling comes from within. After a moment, it stops again as suddenly as it began. The silence that follows is oppressive now, heavy with what seems like centuries' worth of unspoken secrets hiding just beneath the surface. Each item on these shelves, and in this room telling its own story about people's lives and experiences long past. The old wooden clock on the mantelpiece creaks softly now and then, its gentle tick-tock echoing through the room like a patient heartbeat. The afternoon sun casts long shadows across the floorboards, illuminating dust motes dancing in the fading light. You notice how still everything is, as if time itself has slowed to match the pace of these quiet hours. Your gaze wanders over the shelves lining one wall, rows of yellowed books with gold-stamped covers, their pages dog-eared and worn from countless readings, dusty vases filled with wilting flowers that once held hope and promise, but now only hold memories, a collection of antique clocks, each one more ornate than the last, ticking away in perfect synchrony. You wonder which ones have been wound recently and which have not. The room's air is heavy with the scent of old books and stale air, mingling with hints of lavender wafting from a nearby sachet. Your nose wrinkles slightly as you inhale deeply, savoring this peculiar bouquet that only comes alive in places like this, where history seeps into every pore. Your eyes land on an ancient calendar hanging near the window, a hand-drawn chart etched with intricate symbols and markings that seem to hold secrets hidden from modern understanding. What is it about this particular tool that still finds its way onto walls, shelves, and even digital screens? Why do we continue using it despite its archaic appearance? You take a step closer to the calendar, running your fingers over the worn parchment, feeling tiny ridges etched into its surface by countless fingertips tracing the same dates for centuries. It's as if time itself has been divided into neat little chunks, each day, week, and month demarcated with precision. As you ponder this, a faint memory surfaces from school days, learning about Julius Caesar and his attempts to standardize the calendar, replacing ancient Roman calendars that were tied to lunisolar cycles. You recall how those early systems accounted for months, beginning when new moons appeared in the sky or when certain agricultural tasks needed completing. The Roman empires reforms supposedly brought order, dividing time into neat little compartments governed by human rather than celestial whims. But why do we still use a system born from such superstition? What holds us to this calendar, despite knowing it doesn't perfectly align with modern astronomical observations? Your thoughts drift back to the old wooden clock on the mantelpiece, its gentle tick-tock still echoing in your mind. You ponder how people used these ancient timekeepers, not just for keeping hours, but also as symbols of power and control over nature's rhythms. Consider this: if you removed every single digital device, smartphone app, or online calendar from existence tomorrow morning, would we revert to our pre-modern calendars? Would the passage of time itself change in some fundamental way? You imagine a world where people carried pocket watches with intricate engravings on their cases and used astronomical observations to plan daily life. In such a world, farmers might still use lunar cycles for planting crops, while city dwellers relied on sundials to tell the exact moment when day gave way to night. The thought is almost soothing, like watching an old film reel play in reverse, people moving through their days with measured precision, bound by traditions and patterns passed down from generations. It's a world where time was not something abstract, but a tangible entity that flowed according to human design. As you continue gazing at the calendar, its symbols start to blur, becoming indistinguishable from each other, or perhaps even merging into a single shapeless mass of ink. The room begins to fade around you, shadows deepening as sunlight retreats, dust motes settling on shelves like tiny snowflakes in an indoor winter scene. You're no longer standing near the calendar, but instead find yourself walking through a forest, where trees seem to be marked with their own secret calendars etched into bark. Each season leaves its mark: green buds bursting forth from branches in spring, golden leaves rustling softly in autumn's breeze, and finally, bare limbs reaching toward winter skies like skeletal fingers grasping for sunlight. In this forest of time, you realize that our modern calendar is just one more layer, a thin skin covering ancient patterns and traditions. Beneath its surface lies a deeper reality, where days blend together, seasons merge with each other, and the passage of hours becomes an endless ebb and flow of existence. As your footsteps fade into silence within this mystical forest, you come to understand that our calendar's persistence is not about keeping time, but rather about honoring, in small ways, those who came before us. It's a connection we've maintained despite knowing its flaws, an imperfect system born from attempts to impose order upon the chaos of existence. The forest grows darker now, shadows deepening like night descending on some forgotten era. Your footsteps cease, and you find yourself back within the room with the old wooden clock ticking away in quiet rhythm, a reminder that time remains indifferent to human constructs, moving forward regardless of how we choose to divide its passage. In this dimly lit space, where past meets present, you ponder what lies beyond the boundaries of our modern calendar. Perhaps there's another way, one yet unknown or even unknowable by us today, hidden within the complexities of existence, like an unfurling flower bud, waiting for springtime warmth. As your thoughts drift further into the realm of what-ifs, time itself seems to grow more fluid, no longer tied to neatly defined compartments. Hours blend together, days merge with seasons, and years slide softly into eternity's vast expanse, leaving only memories and whispers in their wake. Your eyelids begin to feel heavy now, weighted down by the gentle currents of history that flow through these forgotten objects. Sleep starts to gather around you, an insistent presence calling out as a lullaby sung on distant shores long past. As you settle into your bed, a faint hum of crickets outside begins to lull you further under its soothing spell, their gentle chirping weaving in and out of the distant rumble of a nighttime market coming alive somewhere far away. In medieval times, something as seemingly mundane as bread was considered a luxury item. Bread that lasted for months on end. That's practically unheard of today, but back then it was a feat worthy of note. In fact, there are accounts of some bakers managing to keep their wares fresh for 6 whole months or more. To understand how this was possible, let's visit the workshop of a medieval baker named Master Godric in the town of York. It's an overcast morning, and mist still clings to the cobblestones outside his bakery like a damp shroud. The air inside is thick with the scent of old flour and yeast. You're standing behind Master Godric as he expertly mixes dough for what will be today's batch of loaves. His hands move swiftly but carefully through the process, each movement practiced from years of experience. He adds just the right amount of salt to balance out the sweetness in the mixture, his fingers deft and sure. As you watch, Master Godric sets aside a small portion of dough to be used for testing purposes later that day. The rest is placed into wooden frames lined with linen cloth to rise under cover, away from direct sunlight, but still within reach of the warm hearth fire crackling in the corner of his workshop. A faint scent wafts through the air, reminiscent of damp earth and leaves. This careful handling was crucial for bread that had to last months without spoiling. Medieval bakers understood the importance of temperature control, not only during baking, but also when storing their wares. Master Godric stores his loaves in a specially designed room with its own ventilation system, which helps regulate humidity levels within it. To keep air out and prevent moisture from seeping in, these storage rooms were often sealed using wax or clay sealants around the edges of doors and windows. Some even had to be kept locked away during cold winter nights when outside temperatures dropped below freezing, a small price to pay for bread that remained edible months later. Now imagine yourself as an apprentice in Master Godric's bakery, tasked with helping maintain these conditions day in and day out. Your fingers are stained yellow from working with flour all morning. The smell of yeast and old grain clings to your clothes like a lingering shadow. Outside, rain begins to drizzle down on rooftops nearby, not enough to cause flooding, but just enough to keep everything feeling damp. As you work alongside Master Godric, the hours tick by quietly, each minute measured out as precisely as if time itself were currency traded among artisans for fair prices and honest deals. He checks his loaves regularly throughout their slow rise in those special frames lined with linen cloth, adjusting ventilation levels carefully to keep them fresh, but not moldy. You're standing right next to Master Godric now, feeling the gentle rocking motion of a wooden paddle against stone as he mixes another batch of dough further down on that morning's list. Sweat glistens faintly across his forehead, barely noticeable under the dim light filtering through grimy windows. Meanwhile, outside in Yorktown Square, townsfolk go about their daily routines, mostly oblivious to what goes into making bread last months without spoiling. Just like Master Godric and other bakers across Europe at that time were trying something innovative, not just baking loaves, but preserving them as well. In those pre-industrial days, when transportation was slow and food storage an art form, preserving perishables meant the difference between life and death for many families living in harsher climates. Medieval people developed techniques for pickling vegetables to last through winter months or drying fruits on wooden racks hung outside their windows, just like Master Godric's carefully aged bread kept its freshness. If a baker managed his storage room well, using proper ventilation systems combined with sealing off areas where moisture could accumulate, the results were nothing short of remarkable. His loaves would remain fresh for an astonishing 6 months or more after they'd been baked to perfection in wood-fired ovens, each step taking patience and dedication, but ultimately yielding rewards many couldn't have dreamed possible at that time. For now, however, let's pause amidst Master Godric's bustling workshop, where flour dust dances lazily above wooden counters under the flickering light of candles placed strategically around his workspace. You're immersed in this scene alongside me, listening to water dripping from a nearby clay jug onto stone as it gradually fills up with fresh spring water. Your fingers, stained yellow by now, brush against a soft patch on your apron, an accidental spillage from earlier that morning which hasn't been washed off yet. Outside, rain continues its steady patter. Shadows cast by cobblestones outside dance gently across walls lined with wooden racks for drying freshly picked herbs. As our immersion deepens into this world of medieval artisans working tirelessly to perfect their craft, soundscape elements gradually fall back into place. The muffled murmur from a nearby market stalls mingling softly within our collective ears as daybreak approaches in some far corner of Europe. As our immersion deepens into this world of medieval artisans working tirelessly to perfect their craft, soundscape elements gradually fall back into place. The muffled murmur from a nearby market stalls mingling softly within our collective ears as daybreak approaches in some far corner of Europe. You are standing amidst the bustling streets, surrounded by half-finished wooden carvings and dusty looms, with the faint scent of candle wax wafting through the air. You've been walking for what feels like hours, lost in the winding alleys and narrow passageways that crisscross this medieval town. The cobblestones beneath your feet have grown increasingly uneven, forcing you to adjust your stride mid-step as you navigate around vendors selling fresh bread and herbs from wicker baskets slung over their shoulders. Your eyes scan the horizon for any sign of landmarks or familiar sights, a church steeple perhaps, or the silhouette of the castle walls rising above the rooftops. But all you see are rows upon rows of wooden buildings, each one bearing its own unique character and story etched into its weathered facade like a topographic map. As daybreak begins to creep over the horizon, shadows cast by the flickering torches that line the streets start to recede, revealing hints of faded frescoes on the walls above. Painted murals depicting biblical scenes, Abraham's sacrifice, Jonah and the whale, Moses parting the Red Sea, now seem almost surreal amidst the mundane routines of daily life. You pass beneath an archway where a stone inscription catches your eye, Anno Domini 1212. A date etched into the stone that seems innocuous enough at first glance. Yet it's this very inscription that sets you on a path of discovery, one that will lead you to untangle a mystery shrouded in intrigue and confusion. The year 1212 marked the beginning of a great calamity known as the Children's Crusade, an event so bizarre, so illogical, that it defies comprehension. Theories abound about its causes: papal manipulation, economic pressures, or even sheer desperation. But amidst all these theories lies one person whose role is often overlooked in favor of grander explanations. You follow a winding path, now leading you away from the bustling town center toward the outer limits of the settlement. As you walk, the soundscape gradually changes, muffled shouts and laughter giving way to an eerie silence, punctuated only by the soft clinking of wind chimes in distant gardens. With each step, the air thickens with anticipation, as if waiting for a storm yet unseen. A narrow stream runs alongside your path now, its gentle babbling providing a soothing counterpoint to the stillness that has enveloped you. The sun rises higher over the rooftops, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, an eerie reminder of how quickly time can warp and twist in this medieval world. As morning light casts deeper into the scene before you, details become more pronounced. A small wooden bridge spans the stream. Beyond it lies a quiet area where villagers gather to pray. A lone figure stands apart from the group, absorbed in contemplation, an elderly man with eyes cast down towards his feet as if examining something hidden beneath them. It is 12:12, and amidst all this silence, our story begins to unravel like threads pulled from a tapestry left unattended for centuries. The elderly man's name was Peter of Aliaeus. Little else is known about him beyond the fact that he lived in Tours during the height of the Children's Crusade. Tours was at its zenith then, one of Europe's most vibrant centers, boasting impressive structures like St. Gatian Cathedral and a bustling market square. Yet amidst all this prosperity, it is Peter who stands out for his singular role in perhaps the greatest mystery to have shaken medieval Christendom: the origins of the Children's Crusade. Legends abound about Peter, some claiming he was an elderly hermit haunted by visions. Others portray him as a failed merchant seeking redemption. But one thing remains constant amidst all these interpretations: that it is through his actions, or perhaps more accurately, through his words, that we gain insight into the calamity known as the Children's Crusade. Peter of Aliaeus' involvement with the crusade began innocently enough. He became a spiritual guide for young pilgrims bound for Jerusalem. Yet over time, these simple aspirations grew into something much larger: an ill-conceived endeavor to liberate Palestine from Muslim control by marching thousands of children across Europe. It was Peter's fervent sermons that captured the hearts and imaginations of the townspeople, his words painting vivid pictures of a new promised land awaiting their arrival. Some claim he genuinely believed these young pilgrims would be divinely aided. Others suggest it was nothing more than a ruse to bolster his own failing reputation. Whatever the truth may have been, one thing remains clear: Peter's influence played no small part in sowing the seeds of chaos that eventually engulfed Europe during those fateful months. And yet, despite being at its epicenter, he himself vanished from historical records, an enigmatic figure whose actions continue to haunt us like a whispered rumor carried on the wind. You stand now before a humble stone cottage nestled amidst overgrown gardens, one that would have served as Peter's residence had you followed his trail through history. The structure seems out of place amidst its tranquil surroundings, almost as if it were an afterthought inserted into this peaceful scene by some forgotten architect. Your footsteps echo softly off the walls as you approach the entrance. A small wooden sign creaks in the gentle morning breeze, La Maison de Pierre. It is said that within these very walls, Peter penned letters and messages to various leaders across Europe, imploring them to join his crusade. Perhaps among those dusty scrolls lies some forgotten secret waiting to be unearthed. As you push open the door creaking on its hinges, a faint scent of old parchment wafts out, a reminder that within this very cottage lay secrets hidden for centuries beneath layers of dust and neglect. The silence envelops you like a shroud as you step across the threshold into Peter's world, one where shadows cast by flickering candles dance upon walls bearing faded frescoes, whispering tales from an era long past. As daybreak fades slowly in this forgotten corner of Europe, our immersion deepens further still. Amidst whispers of Peter's sermons and murmurs of children on their way to Jerusalem lies a mystery waiting for you, that one person whose actions set the stage for chaos. Peter of Elias, the enigmatic figure at its heart. Time stretches out before us now like an endless road, unwinding through history. We walk this path with Peter as our guide, through trials and tribulations that seem almost unimaginable by today's standards. The children's crusade will unfold around you, a tale of faith, desperation, and the blurred lines between right and wrong. As morning sun casts shadows upon cobblestones now empty save for your footsteps, you begin to grasp just how fragile this world is, where actions can unleash chaos that shakes empires like autumn leaves before winter's winds. Morning sun casts shadows upon cobblestones now empty save for your footsteps, and you begin to grasp just how fragile this world is, where actions can unleash chaos that shakes empires like autumn leaves before winter's winds. The city stirs slowly around you, its ancient stones exhaling a gentle sigh as the day awakens from its slumber. You walk along the riverbank, following the slow-moving current of the waterway that bisects the city into two distinct halves, one where merchants and artisans live in harmony with the waters, their buildings' wooden beams worn smooth by years of saltwater and sun, another where nobles reside behind high stone walls, their gardens meticulously manicured to reflect their refined tastes. The air is alive with the scent of damp earth, seaweed, and wood smoke, a heady mix that makes your stomach growl with hunger. As you continue on your way, the buildings become taller and more ornate, with gilded statues perched atop each facade like sentinels guarding secrets within. You notice how some windows are barred with intricate ironwork, while others remain open to catch the morning breeze, a testament to the whims of their occupants. The streets narrow now, forcing you to sidestep market stalls and passers-by who hurry about on errands. Your stomach growls louder still as you recall the previous night's dinner, thin slices of salted beef served with boiled potatoes, accompanied by an overripe apple left from last season's harvest. You remember how your companion, a scholar studying ancient texts in his spare time, complained about the lack of variety in their meals, but smiled nonetheless when presented with this humble repast. You push open the creaky door to a nearby bakery and step inside, where warm light spills out onto the cobblestones like honey. The air is thick, with the scent of freshly baked bread wafting from ovens hidden behind wooden screens, an enticing aroma that awakens your senses and makes you forget about the chill in your bones. The baker greets you warmly, wiping flour-dusted hands on his apron before offering a sample still warm from the oven. "Try this," he says with a grin, pushing a crusty loaf onto the counter between you. The bread is slightly burnt around the edges, but tastes rich and satisfying, its texture providing just enough crunch to make your teeth ache pleasantly. As you take another bite, your mind wanders back to last night's conversation about ancient customs, specifically one involving a peculiar rite performed by high-ranking officials upon taking office, the secret of the sacred oath. It seemed nonsensical at first, an archaic ritual where the official whispers a mysterious phrase into the ear of their predecessor, only to immediately seal it with a promise not to reveal its contents. Your companion chuckled and said something about how this secret must surely have died along with those who knew its true meaning. But now, as you stand in this dimly lit bakery, surrounded by the comforting scents of fresh bread and salted meats, you begin to wonder what exactly that phrase might be, whether it held power beyond mere tradition. Perhaps it was a sacred promise passed down through generations, guaranteeing stability within an ever-shifting world. You continue pondering as you exit the bakery into the brightening light of morning, when your thoughts suddenly collide with reality like two ships passing in the night. What if this ritual is not merely symbolic, but actually holds sway over something fundamental? What secrets lie hidden beneath its surface, waiting to be unearthed? Your footsteps slow as these questions begin to seep into the crevices of your mind. You watch a group of apprentices hurrying toward the nearby blacksmith's forge, their hammers at the ready for another long day ahead, while you yourself appear rooted in place. You think back on all those countless times when you've heard whispers about hidden meanings behind seemingly innocuous customs, the elaborate handshakes used by traders to seal deals, the peculiar way certain nobles wear their gloves with only one button undone at a time, as if sending subtle messages to others around them. Each of these small quirks becomes more intriguing in your mind's eye, what lies beyond the surface level. You start walking again, allowing yourself to drift along with the city's gentle rhythms, merchants arranging wares outside their stalls, vendors offering rare spices from far-off lands, and everywhere, people speaking softly into each other's ears as if sharing secrets. You can't help but wonder about these tiny interactions, whether they're merely a part of everyday life or hold within them some hidden truth waiting to be unearthed. Your footsteps grow slower still as you near the city square, where an elderly woman sits cross-legged on a mat, carefully arranging small stones into intricate patterns before her. She glances up at you with eyes that seem ancient and wise, perhaps carrying secrets of their own. As morning sun climbs higher in the sky, casting shadows upon cobblestones once more, your footsteps pause beside this quiet scene, an unassuming tableau that holds within it countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Morning sun climbs higher in the sky, casting shadows upon cobblestones once more, your footsteps pause beside this quiet scene, an unassuming tableau that holds within it countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled. A worn wooden sign creaks gently in the breeze, its faded letters pointing towards a nearby market square. The air is alive with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread wafting from a nearby bakery, enticing your senses and drawing you closer. You notice an elderly woman standing beside the sign, her hands clasped together as she gazes out at the bustling crowd. Her eyes seem to hold a deep understanding of this place, its rhythms and routines woven into the very fabric of her being. She's dressed in attire that might have seemed ordinary just a century ago, a long-sleeved woolen gown over a linen undershirt, worn with a plain apron tied at the waist. Your gaze wanders to her feet, where you notice something peculiar. She wears socks with her shoes on, but they're also inside out. The cuffs of her stockings are turned down, exposing the pale skin beneath as she walks. It's an oddity that might have gone unnoticed in a bustling market crowd, but it catches your eye because everything else about this scene feels so familiar. The woman catches you staring and offers a gentle smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She doesn't seem to mind being observed. Instead, she appears almost relieved by the attention. As morning light dances across her features, you're struck by how tranquil she looks, as if the weight of the world has been somehow transferred onto someone else's shoulders. As people begin to disperse from their early morning routines, a young apprentice baker emerges from his bakery, carrying a tray laden with freshly baked loaves. The aroma wafting from those warm breads is almost overwhelming, making your stomach growl in anticipation. You notice the baker wears long sleeves that are rolled up high on his forearms, revealing a patchwork of small scars and scratches etched into his skin. The elderly woman notices you watching him too, her eyes clouding over for an instant as she regards the young man with a mixture of sadness and resignation. She glances back at you, then seems to reconsider something. Perhaps it's just your presence that prompts this change in expression, but whatever the reason, her demeanor shifts subtly. You follow her gaze towards a nearby town hall building, its stone facade weathered by time and wind-borne grit. The words "Town Hall" are etched above the entrance in bold letters, surrounded by ornate carvings that seem out of place among this otherwise rustic setting. A faded coat of arms hangs from the side wall, bearing a crest that might have once symbolized power or prestige. Now it seems merely quaint. As morning wears on and crowds grow thicker around the market square, you find yourself drawn into their midst, surrounded by vendors hawking their wares and townsfolk chatting about yesterday's events. Amidst this gentle chaos, the elderly woman stands out as a constant presence, her socks still inside out, yet somehow fitting in seamlessly with the rest of this ordinary scene. You ask yourself how many others might be wearing their clothes awry today. Is it just her, or are there more like her, hidden within this sea of familiar faces? You consider all the mundane details that make up a life. What they ate for breakfast, was it bread, porridge, or perhaps eggs? The sound of dripping water from an old well in the distance, and the peculiar scent wafting from a nearby tannery. All these things weave together to form a patchwork quilt of daily experience, something so intricate that its beauty lies not just in grand gestures, but also in small, almost imperceptible details. This quiet tableau before you holds secrets within it, stories about lives lived, rituals observed, and habits formed over countless days. The elderly woman's gaze drifts upwards towards the sun-drenched rooftops of nearby houses as she takes a slow breath. Her movements are as measured as the passing moments themselves. She exhales softly, releasing whatever concerns or cares she might have harbored within those worn hands. Time seems to pause momentarily for you too. The sounds around you fade into an almost imperceptible background hum. The town clock strikes its mid-morning chime, a low-pitched gong that sends vibrations through every nearby surface, including your own skin. You feel this resonance as it stirs within you, memories of countless mornings past, perhaps. The soft sound carries on the breeze, mingling with other sounds to create an ever-changing tapestry. You're aware now that even in a seemingly ordinary moment like this one, there's always more going on beneath the surface, whispers from unseen corners, echoes of history lingering just out of sight. As morning sun casts shadows once more upon cobblestones, you take your first step forward into the quiet mystery waiting to be unraveled. A narrow alleyway between two buildings beckons, its entrance partially hidden by a stack of crates and barrels. You've walked these streets before, but never noticed this particular passage. Or perhaps it's just that time has obscured the details until now. The woman nods slightly as you glance towards her. She seems to understand your curiosity. You step into the alleyway, finding yourself immediately enveloped in an intimate world of shadows and soft light filtering through a partially covered window high above. Walls on either side rise up around you, their stone surfaces etched with faint markings that suggest stories long past, perhaps love letters from a bygone era or ancient graffiti left behind by earlier residents. Your footsteps echo off the walls as you make your way deeper into this hidden passage. It's surprisingly narrow, but feels almost private. Shadows dance upon nearby surfaces as sunlight filters through high windows, revealing intricate patterns of dust motes suspended in midair, reminders that even in stillness, change is ever present. The air inside grows thick with a scent both earthy and decaying, damp soil mingling with the remnants of long-forgotten meals. You follow this peculiar aroma to an old wooden chest buried beneath a tangle of vines at the alleyway's far end. It looks like something that might have been forgotten for centuries. The chest creaks softly as you lift its lid. Inside, you find an assortment of oddities, scraps of fabric with mismatched seams, tarnished buttons scattered across worn velvet, and remnants of old brooches. It's a treasure trove of discarded trinkets and cast-offs, each one telling a story about someone who once wore or held it dear. A faded handkerchief catches your eye. Its delicate lacework has been expertly crafted, but is now stained by years of use and neglect. Perhaps this was the property of some young lover, secretly exchanged between stolen glances. The thoughts that arise are as ephemeral as the handkerchief's fabric itself, gone before they can be grasped. As morning sun wanes within these alleyway walls, casting shadows longer with each passing moment, you feel a gentle pull to return outside. Your footsteps echo back through the passage. When you emerge into bright sunlight again, the world feels almost transformed by your brief excursion down this forgotten path. You notice that no one seems to have noticed your absence, perhaps because everyone around here has grown accustomed to these small moments of quiet exploration. The elderly woman's gaze meets yours once more as she stands beside her original spot near the sign. This time, however, you see something else reflected in those eyes, a hint of curiosity about what lies within even the most ordinary-seeming lives. As morning sun continues its steady climb towards midday, casting longer shadows across cobblestones, your journey becomes intertwined with theirs, each step revealing secrets hidden beneath the surface of this familiar scene. As morning sun continues its steady climb towards midday, casting longer shadows across cobblestones, your journey becomes intertwined with theirs, each step revealing secrets hidden beneath the surface of this familiar scene. You walk alongside monks in a medieval cloister, their worn sandals scuffling against stone flags as they hurry to complete another day's work. Their scriptorium lies ahead, its wooden door slightly ajar to let in a sliver of sunlight that dances across the pages of illuminated manuscripts. The air inside is thick with the scent of parchment and ink, a heady mixture that clings to every surface like a damp fog. You push open the creaking door, revealing rows of narrow tables where monks sit hunched over their work. The one you notice first wears a look of intense concentration on his face as he carefully transcribes a line of text onto vellum using an iron nib dipped in lapis lazuli ink. His eyes flicker up occasionally to ensure the letters are straight and evenly spaced, while his fingers move with precision to guide the quill across the page. He's one of many monks working tirelessly to fill reams of parchment with words from scripture. You watch as he pauses to dip his nib into a nearby inkwell, releasing a small splash onto the wooden surface before collecting it carefully in its receptacle, an ingenious contraption fashioned from wood and leather that keeps the liquid contained. His fingers smell faintly of turpentine, which is used to clean the quill tips after each use. Nearby, another monk works with equal dedication, his brow furrowed as he pores over a line of text in the original manuscript, its worn pages yellowed from age and handled by countless hands before being copied anew. He's one of many who specialize in correcting errors, ensuring that even-minute discrepancies between the original and new copies are accounted for. Their work proceeds at a steady pace, each monk contributing to an enormous undertaking that will eventually fill shelves with 20,000 hand-transcribed books over the course of just 1 year. It's astonishing when you think about it, thousands upon thousands of manuscripts copied by monks working in cramped scriptoria across Europe. Each book represents countless hours spent hunched over a table, quill held between fingers as they try to make sense of words from an ancient language. The room is warm and dimly lit, with walls lined with wooden shelves supporting bundles of parchments awaiting their turn on the copying tables. The air feels heavy, weighed down by layers of paper dust and the musty scent that clings to every surface in this sacred space. You notice a faint tang of candle smoke wafting from the nearby reading desk, where another monk sits intently studying an illuminated manuscript. As you wander through the scriptorium, your footsteps disturb a quiet hush that has settled over the room like a blanket. The monks glance up momentarily before returning their attention to their work, each one focused on contributing to this massive endeavor. You see flashes of concentration and dedication in every face as they strive for perfection. You notice how some monks wear tiny aprons protecting their clothing from ink spills, while others prefer long sleeves tucked into gloves made from soft leather, providing a barrier between skin and the abrasive nature of parchment fibers. Everyone works with an air of quiet urgency, fueled by a sense that every line copied is one step closer to preserving ancient knowledge for generations to come. Beyond this room lies another where monks laboriously cut individual vellum sheets into precise sizes before stitching them together with linen thread, creating vast pages suitable for the grand illuminated manuscripts. Their work is an intricate dance between precision and patience, requiring meticulous attention to ensure each page's proportions match perfectly with its counterpart from another sheet. You imagine yourself among these quiet workers, your fingers slowly moving a quill across parchment as you carefully render lines of text in perfect script, knowing that every line contributes to the preservation of knowledge for an uncertain future. Time seems to stretch out as you focus on this simple yet vital task, preserving history through painstaking manual transcription. Monks continue their work around you, never faltering despite the relentless pace they maintain over long hours within these confines. You feel a sense of peace settle in with each passing moment, listening to the soft, scratching sound of quills against parchment as words slowly take shape on pages awaiting completion. The quill scratches against parchment with a soothing rhythm, the sound weaving itself into your consciousness like a gentle lullaby. You've been sitting here for what feels like hours, surrounded by shelves upon shelves of dusty tomes and scattered papers, yet the passage of time has lost all meaning in this quiet sanctuary. Your fingers absently trail over the intricate carvings on the wooden desk, feeling the subtle ridges where hands have worn down the surface with years of use. A faint scent of parchment dust clings to your skin, mingling with the musty aroma of aged leather that permeates every corner of this room. As you settle deeper into your chair, a soft creaking echoes through the silence, the gentle protest of wooden joints adjusting to your weight. Your gaze drifts toward the narrow window, where a sliver of moonlight casts an ethereal glow on the scattered pages and quills. Your thoughts begin to wander as the night wears on, drawn by whispers of forgotten customs that once governed lives much like yours. In this peaceful atmosphere, it's easy to become entranced by tales of days long past, stories of people not so different from you, yet living in a world both familiar and strange. A particular image catches your eye, an old illustration depicting women gathered around a loom, their faces intent as they weave together threads of gold and silver into intricate patterns. Their fingers move deftly, the shuttle dancing between warp and weft with a rhythmic precision that's almost hypnotic. You find yourself wondering about these women. What stories would they tell if given the chance? What secrets lay hidden in their carefully crafted tapestries? The image lingers, refusing to fade into the background of your mind as you continue to ponder the mysteries buried within its folds. Time slips away unnoticed as you become lost in this reverie. Hours turn into days, or so it seems, for when you finally return to the present moment, the quill lies idle on the parchment, a few stray threads tangled around its nib like a forgotten memory. The silence outside has grown deeper, and with each passing breath, your eyelids grow heavier, as if weighed down by the accumulation of dusty secrets and half-forgotten tales. Your thoughts begin to dissipate, carried away by the gentle lapping of moonlight against the edges of reality. As you succumb to the allure of sleep, a peculiar notion begins to insinuate itself into your dreams, an image of human hair, its presence woven throughout the fabric of everyday life in unexpected ways. You're not quite sure where this thread will lead, but for now, it's enough simply to acknowledge its existence. You drift deeper, carried by currents both peaceful and unremarkable. Your mind begins to weave a tapestry of its own, one that threads together snatches of forgotten customs and long-forgotten practices. Amidst the dreamscape, you find yourself in a medieval market square, surrounded by stalls selling everything from fresh bread to intricately woven baskets. The sun beats down upon your shoulders as you wander through the crowded thoroughfares, drawn by an assortment of curious items on display. Your fingers trail over the textures and patterns on each stall's offerings, the roughness of woven fibers, the soft give of newly baked loaves, the cool sheen of polished metal. Your gaze falls upon a vendor selling what appears to be nothing more than bundles of discarded hair. The woman behind the counter smiles knowingly as you approach, her hands moving with practiced ease as she unwraps each bundle and begins to expertly braid it into intricate patterns. You watch in fascination, sensing that there's something underlying this simple act, a deeper significance hidden beneath its surface. You ask the vendor about the purpose of these braids, and she leans in close, her voice barely above a whisper as she reveals their intended use, as stuffing for mattresses and pillows. Your mind reels at the thought of sleeping on such unorthodox bedfellows. The idea is both alien and strangely familiar, like an old, forgotten cousin who returns after years away, bearing stories that are equal parts disturbing and captivating. As you continue to ponder this peculiar custom, your thoughts turn toward other uses for human hair in medieval times. You recall fragments of a story about people wearing wigs made from their own locks as part of elaborate mourning rituals, the absurdity of which has only grown more pronounced with time. Your mind wanders further into the realm of dusty relics and forgotten practices, tracing an arc that's both fascinating and disquieting. Amidst this meandering journey through history, you find yourself drawn to a quiet corner where the veil between past and present grows thin, a place where mundane details intersect with grander narratives in unexpected ways. It's here that you stumble upon accounts of human hair being used as a binding agent for medicines, mixed into concoctions intended to heal everything from skin conditions to digestive issues. The notion sends shivers down your spine, not least because it implies an alarming level of intimacy between patients and practitioners, both past and present. Your thoughts swirl with questions about the boundaries that once existed, or did they, between what was considered acceptable or taboo in medical treatment. You ponder whether such practices would have been subject to scrutiny from authorities, or whether they were simply tolerated as part of a broader cultural landscape where rules often seemed arbitrary at best. The image of medieval apothecaries carefully mixing human hair into medicinal brews lingers long after your initial encounter with the idea, an unsettling blend of fascination and revulsion that refuses to fade. You're unsure how much longer you'll continue this exploration, but for now, it's enough simply to acknowledge its presence within the grand tapestry of forgotten customs. As you drift further into sleep, your mind begins to lose coherence, carried away by currents both gentle and unfathomable. Your thoughts disintegrate like wisps of fog dispersing in sunlight, vanishing as suddenly as they appeared, leaving behind only echoes of half-remembered tales and the soft whisper of human hair woven through it all. Your breathing slows further still, each exhalation a subtle surrender to the allure of dreams. The world outside recedes into darkness, shadows deepening like silken folds that envelop everything in their path, including you. The darkness outside seems to seep into every corner of your room, like a slow-moving tide that brings with it an air of quiet and stillness. You feel yourself being pulled under its surface, but not in a way that's uncomfortable or scary, more like you're sinking into a warm bath on a chilly evening. As the shadows grow longer and darker, they begin to take on strange shapes on your walls. The furniture seems to loom over you, casting long silhouettes that stretch out like dark tentacles across the floor. You try to focus on one particular shape, the armchair in the corner, for example, but it keeps shifting and morphing into different forms until it's hard to tell what it is at all. The air in your room begins to vibrate with an almost imperceptible humming noise, like the gentle thrumming of a harp string. It's a sound that's both soothing and unsettling at the same time. You can't quite pinpoint its source or explain why it makes you feel so tranquil. No, that's not the right word. You're too awake to be truly tranquil. You're just sort of suspended. Your gaze drifts out into the darkness outside your window, where the stars are beginning to twinkle like ice chips scattered across a midnight blue sky. The moon is full and bright, casting an eerie glow over everything it touches, but even that seems muted now, as if filtered through some kind of gauzy veil. You're aware of a faint scent wafting in from outside, the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, carried on a gentle breeze that stirs the branches of nearby trees. It's a melancholy fragrance, evocative of autumn afternoons spent wandering through overgrown gardens and abandoned orchards. Your mind begins to wander back to those long-forgotten days when life was simpler and less complicated. You think about the rules you learned in school, the ones that governed everything from table manners to moral codes. Rules like "thou shalt not kill" or "thou shalt honor thy mother and father." It's funny how some of them seem so arbitrary now, while others remain stubbornly ingrained. Take, for example, the rule about knights being executed if they failed in their duty. You're aware that this is a real historical fact, one that might seem obscure or even silly to modern ears, but was once taken very seriously indeed. A certain Sir Walter Hungerford comes to mind, an English knight who lived during the 15th century and served under various nobles before rising to prominence himself. He's remembered now for his bravery in battle, as well as a scandalous affair that landed him on the wrong side of King Henry VI. The king had declared war against France, and Sir Walter was among those sent to fight, but he proved to be no great tactician or strategist, losing battles and alienating allies with alarming frequency. His own lord even went so far as to accuse him of treason, citing instances where Sir Walter's supposed loyalty wavered in the face of battle. The upshot of this was a very public trial, during which Sir Walter defended himself against charges that ranged from cowardice on the battlefield to perjury and sedition. The verdict: guilty with one condition. If he could prove his innocence within 3 days, his sentence would be commuted. 3 days passed, but no miracle occurred. Sir Walter remained as guilty in the eyes of the law and public opinion as when the trial began. In fact, things only got worse from there, until finally, after weeks or months, the exact length of time is hard to say, he was hanged at Smithfield for his crimes. This incident has stuck with you for some reason, perhaps because it seems like such a bizarre relic from another era, one that's both quaint and frightening in its rigidity. What would have happened if Sir Walter had refused to play along? If he'd instead laughed off the charges or defied the king himself? You try to imagine what his life must have been like during those final days, locked away in some damp dungeon cell, surrounded by rough stone walls that whispered secrets in a language no one could understand. Was it terrifying for him, as it might be for anyone facing execution? Or was he defiant right up until the end? The darkness outside seems to pulse with an energy all its own now, a soft blue glow creeping into your room like mist seeping through windows left open on a winter's night. You realize that this is how people once lived, their lives governed by rules and codes that were as rigid as stone. As you drift deeper into the shadows, they start to take on shapes of their own, silhouettes of women in long dresses, men with lances at rest, or children playing tag in a moonlit courtyard. The air vibrates with an almost palpable sense of history, a weight that presses down upon your shoulders like some unseen hand. It's as if you're being drawn into another world altogether, one where rules are absolute and everyone knows their place within the grand tapestry of society. A place both alien and familiar at once. The thatched roof of your cottage creaks softly in the evening breeze, a gentle reminder to stir from your reverie. You rise from the chair by the fire and wander over to the small wooden table where you've left the remnants of last night's supper. The faint scent of stale bread lingers on your fingers as you reach for a crusty loaf. The day has been long, filled with the mundane tasks that make up most days in medieval England, tending to your garden, fetching water from the well, and chatting with the neighbors about nothing in particular. But amidst all these familiar routines, one peculiar tale comes to mind, that of a man accused of arson. It's said he was found not guilty by his peers, but what really happened when you were accused of such a crime? The consequences would have been severe, a heavy fine or even imprisonment if the village council deemed your actions malicious. But suppose it wasn't quite so clear-cut. Suppose there was reasonable doubt as to whether the fire had truly been started on purpose. You are walking through the forest, following an overgrown path that winds its way between towering oaks and silver birches. The sun filters down in dappled patterns, casting a shimmering glow across the leaves beneath your feet. You breathe deeply of the damp, earthy scent and feel the soft rustle of small creatures fleeing from your footsteps. Your thoughts turn to what it would have been like if you had been accused, not just charged with arson, but truly suspected by those around you. The weight of that suspicion alone must have been crushing. Every glance, every whispered conversation seemed to carry a hidden meaning or accusation. Your mind replays the feeling of being watched as you went about your daily tasks. Let's say it was autumn when this happened. The trees were just beginning to turn color, casting long shadows across the landscape that would soon grow darker still with winter's chill. You recall walking through these very woods on a crisp afternoon like today, carrying a wicker basket filled with freshly picked apples and wild berries. The rustle of leaves beneath your feet echoed off the ancient trunks as you made your way back to the village. It was during this time that our hypothetical accused would have been summoned before the village council, a group of respected elders who met regularly in the town hall to discuss matters of governance, law, and disputes. The air inside must have been thick with tension, candles casting flickering shadows on the walls as each side presented their case. Your imagination conjures up images from the scene, pews creaking beneath the weight of expectant villagers, whispers hushed but audible in the back rows, a stern-faced counselor pounding his fist on the table to emphasize a point. The accused, a man you've known for years perhaps, someone who's always been reliable and hardworking, now stands before them with an expression both fearful and defiant. The trial itself would have taken place within these same walls. Testimony from witnesses, questioning of the accused, deliberation by the counsel as they weighed the evidence. The atmosphere must have hung heavy, like a storm about to break, yet somehow it's also eerily familiar, for haven't you yourself faced some similar scenario in your own life? Suppose that despite all reasonable doubt, you were still found guilty of arson. What then? Your mind stumbles through the consequences. A heavy fine paid by someone who couldn't afford it, imprisonment or hard labor imposed upon an already meager existence. Yet even as these possibilities weigh heavily on your shoulders, another part of your brain resists, insisting that surely there's some misunderstanding. Your thoughts drift back to the woods where you first walked today, now in the fading light as dusk settles over the forest like a blanket. Shadows stretch and twist, making shapes from nothingness as night begins its slow creep across the landscape. You recall stopping by the old oak tree with branches that curve upward towards the sky like arms embracing. As night deepens, so too do your thoughts on this imagined scenario, a hypothetical accused's life now forever altered, or perhaps not. What if it was simply a misunderstanding? What if there were genuine doubts about his guilt from the very start? The weight of suspicion lifted from his shoulders as he walked out into freedom once more. A soft breeze rustles through your hair, carrying scents of damp earth and decaying leaves. As you breathe in deeply, memories come flooding back, perhaps not directly related to this hypothetical tale, but certainly connected by threads of everyday experience. Working the land, struggling with petty disputes among neighbors, sharing what little food there was around a meager fire. You return your gaze inward, focusing on an image long buried beneath memories and habits. Your mind drifts through scenes from another time, perhaps not so different from this one after all. The forest at dusk, when shadows are longest, the wind whispering secrets in your ear as you walk the deserted paths. As you continue walking through the forest at dusk, when shadows are longest, the wind whispers secrets in your ear and rustles leaves beneath your feet. The air cools with a hint of wood smoke carried on the breeze from some distant chimney. You pause for a moment to breathe it in, feeling the weight of centuries settle around you. The trees grow taller here, their canopies a dark green that blocks out most of the fading light. You're not sure what time it is. Does it matter? The world outside recedes as you stand beneath these ancient giants. You might be there for hours or just minutes. Time itself becomes irrelevant in this place. You notice a stone path leading off into the trees ahead. It's overgrown with vines and moss, but someone once took care to lay down flat stones, their edges worn smooth by years of foot traffic. Following it, you come across an old wooden signpost leaning against a tree trunk. The post itself is weathered gray, its surface cracked in places like parched earth. The sign reads, King's Forest. You wonder who this king might have been and what he ruled over. Was it people or animals? Or perhaps it was something more abstract altogether. Maybe the king just liked walking here with his courtiers, enjoying the peace before returning to whatever kingdom duties lay ahead. You walk further down the path until you reach a clearing surrounded by large oak trees, their bark thickened with age. A small pond lies at its center, reflecting the muted colors of the surrounding forest like an old mirror. You see your own reflection staring back, distorted in rippling water that seems almost still despite the wind. A few crows flit about near the pond's edge. They look up briefly when you approach, but seem uninterested otherwise. One bird settles into a nearby nest made from twigs and leaves, its eyes fixed on some point beyond your shoulder as it watches something or someone else entirely. You think of how many animals lived in these woods centuries ago: hares, wolves, wild boar, even larger beasts that have since become extinct. The trees above you now are younger, but they still remember those creatures and the ones who hunted them. You breathe deeper, absorbing the forest's collective memory along with its scents. The pond ripples again as a fish breaks the surface. It glides effortlessly just beneath the waterline before sinking back into the depths. The crows watch it without interest. You realize they've seen this countless times already. There's no excitement or hunger behind their fixed stare. They're simply waiting for something else to happen, perhaps another bird to land nearby. Walking around the pond takes some time, since its banks are overgrown with long grasses and vines. You notice a few rabbit tracks in the mud near one end. They must be recent because of how fresh they look compared to everything else here. Maybe there's still someone living in these woods, watching you from just beyond sight. Further along the path, you see something partially hidden by undergrowth, an old wooden gate leaning against a tree trunk like a makeshift barrier. It looks as though it once belonged at some grand estate entrance or manor house. But now, here in this quiet part of the forest, its purpose is obscure and possibly even forgotten. The wind stirs up more leaves around you. You notice that every one of them rustles distinctively when touched by breeze. If humans weren't present to disturb it, would the sound be louder or softer? Does it matter whether anyone listens at all? Beyond this gate lies a clearing where the forest floor seems untouched. There's no litter from recent campfires, discarded food scraps, or other signs of human presence that you can see. The air is quieter here too. Whatever lives in these woods keeps to itself. You consider what brought people like your ancestors into this place centuries ago: hunting parties with elaborate equipment for shooting deer and wild boar. Or maybe they were more interested in gathering herbs and berries, preserving those rare food sources during harsh winters. A faint trail of crushed leaves leads off through the trees beyond the gate. This looks fresh enough to have been created recently, perhaps just hours before you arrived here today. You can't help wondering if someone followed a similar path long ago. Maybe they were hunting with their own pack, tracking prey through these very woods. The forest is heavy now. Shadows grow darker and more defined as twilight gives way to night. Stars start twinkling overhead like scattered diamonds against black velvet. It's cold enough outside for frost on grass blades that are no longer dewy from earlier in the day. You walk back towards where your own life awaits, carrying this forgotten world with you into whatever waits next. The forest remains here still and quiet, holding onto its memories of times long past, while new moments continue to unfold within it, like ripples spreading across water's surface before they fade away completely. As you make your way out from the woods, a faint moon rises above treetops now that night has fully taken over. Its pale light casts an eerie glow on forest paths and undergrowth, making everything seem both familiar yet alien at once. You are walking through a dense forest, your feet quiet on the earthy path that winds its way through towering trees. The air is heavy with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. Ahead of you, the canopy above grows denser, casting dappled shadows across the ground. Your group has been traveling for what feels like hours, but it's hard to keep track of time in these woods. You've seen few signs of human life, an occasional bird flitting through the branches, a distant rustle that might be a small animal scurrying away from your approach. The forest floor beneath your feet is uneven, with tree roots and hidden rocks making every step feel like a surprise. Your boots are sturdy but no match for the rough terrain, so you walk carefully, trying not to twist an ankle or worse. You've seen others in your group stumble, their cries of pain muffled by the thick foliage. You glance up at the trees above, their trunks thick and gnarled with age. The leaves are a deep green, but as they filter the sunlight, it's hard to tell what time of day this is. You've seen few signs of dawn or dusk, just a constant gloom that seems to seep into your bones. Your stomach growls softly, reminding you that it's been hours since breakfast. You had bread and cheese with some dried meat, but the food feels like a distant memory now. Your mouth is dry, and you lick your lips in an attempt to moisten them. You notice one of your group members lagging behind, their footsteps heavy on the path. They're usually a steady walker, so it's clear something's wrong. You slow down to wait for them, trying not to be too obvious about it. As they catch up, you ask softly if everything's all right. They hesitate before answering, rubbing at an ankle that looks sore from walking. "I think I turned my ankle," they say quietly. The group falls silent as the weight of their situation becomes clear. They're lost in these woods with no sign of civilization. You recall a map your lord showed you once. It seemed so simple on paper, but now you realize just how vague it was. You had expected to see landmarks or at least some indication of distance traveled, but there's nothing like that here. Just dense forest stretching out as far as the eye can see. The group falls into a somber silence as reality sets in. They've been walking for hours and still haven't found their lord's castle. It was supposed to be just a few days' journey at most. Now you're not even sure which direction to go. The forest seems endless, and the air is thick with an oppressive sense of unease. You continue on, trying to keep your group's spirits up despite the uncertainty surrounding them. You walk for what feels like hours more, but it's impossible to tell how much time has passed in this eerie silence. The forest floor begins to slope upward, and you climb a gentle incline that takes you higher into the trees. The canopy above grows thinner here, allowing shafts of pale sunlight to filter through, casting long shadows across your path. You've walked so far now that even the most optimistic among you are starting to lose hope. You think back on all those maps and guides your lord showed you, feeling a pang of regret for not paying closer attention. How could something as simple as direction lead them astray like this? As the sun continues its slow climb in the sky, you begin to feel the effects of fatigue. Your legs ache from walking, and every step feels heavier than before. You've seen your group's spirits flagging too. Even the most stoic among you can only hide their exhaustion for so long. You stop frequently now, allowing each member to rest on a nearby rock or tree stump while others stand watch. The forest is quiet, with no signs of predators lurking in the shadows. Just an oppressive stillness that seems to suffocate you all, making it hard to breathe, let alone think clearly. The hours tick by like grains of sand, slipping through your fingers. You can't seem to shake off this feeling of being lost and vulnerable, despite knowing there must be others out here too. But every time you try to imagine what those other travelers might look like or how they'd react in a situation like yours, the thought slips away as quickly as it appears. As night begins to fall, signaled by a subtle shift in shadows that seems more felt than seen, your group gathers around a small fire, huddling together for warmth. The flames cast eerie flickers across their faces, making them seem almost otherworldly. You can see the fear and uncertainty etched into every line of their features. You add sticks to the growing blaze, trying to create some comfort in this otherwise desolate landscape. But even as you gaze out at the darkness beyond your small clearing, it's hard not to wonder if they'll ever find what they're looking for in these woods. The darkness beyond your small clearing seems to swallow everything whole, leaving only the faint glow of embers from last night's fire and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. You can't help but feel a sense of unease as you sit here, wrapped in the worn cloak that's been passed down through generations. As you settle into your makeshift chair, a log with a hollowed-out seat, the weight of fatigue begins to ease its grip on your shoulders. Your eyes wander out towards the trees, their silhouettes stark against the starry sky above. The night air is crisp and cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. You take a slow breath in through your nose, feeling the chill of winter's approach already settling into the atmosphere. It's almost as if you can smell the change coming, that subtle shift from summer's warmth to autumn's melancholy. Your stomach growls softly at this reminder that it's been too long since breakfast. You stand up and make your way over to the nearby stream, its gentle burble a soothing accompaniment to your morning routine. The water is icy cold against your skin as you dip your hands in for a quick wash, before splashing some on your face to shake off the lingering haze of sleep. You can't help but feel a pang of irritation at having to do this each and every day. There's always something that needs attention, it seems. The sun is slowly rising now, casting long shadows across the forest floor as you make your way back towards the fire pit. The embers are still warm from last night, and with a bit of coaxing, they spring back into life beneath the gentle proddings of your stick. You wait patiently for the flames to grow strong enough that you can place a small pot over them. Today's meal will be a simple one, bread and cheese, washed down with water from the stream. As you sit there, waiting for your food to cook, you find yourself lost in thought once more. The task of navigating these treacherous woods without so much as a compass or map weighs heavily on your mind. How did our ancestors manage it? Did they rely solely on instinct and experience? You recall snippets from stories passed down through the years, of sailors and travelers who made their way across vast expanses with nothing but a stick, some twine, and an earthenware pot. They spoke in hushed tones about sunstones, small crystals said to align themselves with the sun's rays during navigation. Some claimed these stones could even reveal hidden dangers beneath the waves. But what if it was more than that? What if they had a system in place that allowed them to navigate by observing the positions of specific celestial bodies, like Polaris or the constellation Orion? You try to recall the exact sequence of events as described in those ancient texts, though you've never been one for studying such things. Your memory stumbles over itself as you attempt to reconstruct the process, first aligning a small wooden stick with the rising sun, then using that alignment to determine your bearing. It's hard to say how accurate these recollections are, but they do give some insight into the methods used in days gone by, ones that were perhaps not dissimilar from those employed today. You finish cooking and take a bite of the bread, finding it stale but edible. The cheese is harder than you'd like, but it's been weeks since your last trip to market and supplies are running low. You wash down the taste with water from the stream, feeling the cold liquid revive your parched throat. The morning wears on as you work through breakfast, a leisurely affair that allows you time for daydreaming. Your thoughts drift back to those sailors of old, what it must have been like to set sail into unknown waters without so much as a chart or compass. Did they rely on prayer, superstition, and good fortune? You imagine yourself standing at the helm of such a vessel, feeling the spray of sea foam on your face, watching the horizon stretch out before you. Your hands move instinctively over an imaginary wheel, guiding the ship through treacherous shoals and hidden reefs. But reality intrudes upon these pleasant fancies as you catch sight of a familiar landmark in the distance, a large stone monument marking one end of this forest trail, or at least it's supposed to be. In fact, its date reads 1342, which is decidedly perplexing. What if that date on the stone is correct? What if everything else we thought we knew about those navigators and sailors is wrong? You chuckle softly to yourself as you wonder what other surprises might lie hidden within these woods, perhaps even in plain sight. The forest seems quieter now, its secrets waiting patiently for your attention. The air has grown warmer with the rising sun, carrying a gentle warmth that seeps into your bones. You finish eating and begin packing up the fire pit, aware of an impending task ahead. Inspecting those worn wooden bridges spanning nearby streams, some have shown signs of weakening underfoot. As you make your way towards them, the sounds of birdsong fill the air once more. The wind stirs through leaves above, rustling branches against each other in soft conversation. It's almost as if nature itself is trying to tell a story, one that only becomes clear when viewed from just such an angle. You pause for a moment at the edge of the clearing, listening intently to these gentle whispers carried on the breeze. As you pause for a moment at the edge of the clearing, listening intently to these gentle whispers carried on the breeze, your thoughts begin to wander back to the trials and tribulations of medieval England. The soft rustling of leaves in the distance seems to match the rhythm of hushed conversations from centuries past. You recall learning about one particularly gruesome form of punishment, being hanged, drawn, and quartered. It's a phrase that sounds like something out of a horror story or an extreme Renaissance art installation. But for many people living during this time period, it was all too real. To understand what exactly happened when someone was sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered, let's take a step back in history. The exact date of its origin is unclear, but the practice gained popularity around the 15th century as a means to punish those deemed traitors or felons by the English crown. You imagine yourself standing in front of an old stone wall, perhaps near the Tower of London, with crumbling brickwork and moss-covered stones. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. As you breathe it in, your mind wanders to the countless prisoners who walked these same paths before being led away to their fate. The process began with a public display of shame for those accused or convicted of treason or high crimes. They would be dragged through the streets on a hurdle, essentially a wooden frame used as a makeshift stretcher, often while being subjected to physical abuse and humiliation from the crowd. You picture yourself walking alongside this prisoner, hearing the whispers of spectators as they shout insults and curses at the accused person. The sounds are muffled but still audible, a mix of jeers, catcalls, and gasps of anger or fear. You notice how the onlookers' clothes seem to be made from a variety of textures: rough wool, smooth velvet, coarse linen, and their faces reflect a range of emotions. The prisoners' clothing is tattered and stained, their hair disheveled. They're led through narrow streets lined with ancient buildings that cast long shadows across the cobblestones as dusk approaches. As you walk alongside them, you catch snippets of conversation from passers-by, hushed whispers about the prisoners' supposed crimes or speculations about their guilt. Eventually, the procession arrives at a designated execution site, often near an entrance to the castle or another significant landmark. The atmosphere grows heavier with each step. More onlookers join in, sensing something ominous brewing in front of them. The actual hanging part of the process took place first. The prisoner was hanged from a sturdy tree branch high above the ground until they were almost dead, but not quite. This was done to weaken their muscles and reduce any resistance when the next phase began, drawing out their entrails with red-hot pokers or knives while still alive. You feel an unpleasant shiver run down your spine as you imagine this scene unfolding before your eyes, a gruesome tableau of pain, suffering, and terror. The executioner's hands move swiftly yet deliberately. Hot metal glows against the prisoner's skin, causing their cries to grow more agonized by the second. Once this stage was complete, or rather, so far along that it could be deemed finished for all practical purposes, a team of 4 men would proceed with quartering. Each one represented a different district within London: the city marshal from the north, the mayor's representative from the south, and 2 other officials chosen to represent either side of the River Thames. Together, they dismembered the prisoner into 4 separate pieces using massive axes and knives, usually without any real regard for their personal lives or those of anyone nearby. The limbs were then taken apart, head severed, arms detached at shoulders, legs disconnected below hips. This process often happened simultaneously with continued torture to make it harder for the person to feel anything except pain. It's worth noting that such acts might seem unfathomable in modern times, They now appear as relics from an almost incomprehensible era when human rights and empathy were still evolving concepts. You pause, trying to recall if there are any real records of hanged, drawn, and quartered executions where prisoners actually died in one piece. But the truth is that very few survived this ordeal. The sun dips lower now. Shadows grow longer across the clearing as day succumbs to night's approaching veil. Your surroundings fade into a gentle silence, punctuated only by distant crickets or an occasional barking dog in the distance. Nighttime has settled over these ancient streets like a shroud, gently covering up all signs of human suffering and cruelty from view, leaving behind nothing but whispers carried on the breeze, lost amidst memories yet to be uncovered. As you wander through these winding streets, the soft glow of lanterns casts long shadows on the ground below, making it seem as though the very buildings themselves are sighing with relief that another day has come to a close. The air is heavy with the scent of wood smoke and roasting meats carried over from nearby kitchens, mingling with the faint tang of damp earth rising up from the cobblestones. The silence is almost palpable, only broken by the distant sound of clinking pots and pans being put away for the night in a kitchen somewhere. You notice a small inscription etched into the stone wall of an ancient building, Felix, 1535. A date that seems out of place among these crumbling structures. It's easy to wonder what sort of person Felix was, perhaps a tradesman or artisan who lived and worked here. But his existence now feels reduced to nothing more than a small notation on the wall. As you ponder this tiny mystery, your gaze drifts toward the nearby town square, where a lone figure is standing in the center. The flickering light from a candle held aloft casts eerie shadows around their face, making it impossible to discern any features beyond the general outline of a person's head. The air seems heavier with each passing moment, as though the very atmosphere itself is sagging under the weight of history. It's here that you notice something peculiar. The sound of footsteps echoing through these narrow streets doesn't seem quite right. They're too deliberate, almost as if someone is making an effort to draw attention. The town square seems frozen in time, like a scene from another era altogether. The lone figure remains stationary while people hurry past on their daily business. It's difficult not to stare at the sheer strangeness of it all, the haphazardly placed candles, the faint scent of incense wafting through the air. Everything seems almost, but not quite, anachronistic. The sound of footsteps grows louder, and then there is a pause as though someone has decided against continuing. You wonder if you've imagined the whole thing, or if this solitary figure actually did intend to cause a commotion. As it turns out, your curiosity gets the better of you. You lean in slightly to get a closer look at the inscription on the wall and catch sight of a faint shadow darting around the corner. It seems that Felix's name wasn't as forgotten after all. It was 1731 when public flogging became an accepted form of punishment for various crimes across England, including what would later be considered petty theft or disorderly conduct. At first glance, this might seem like one of those quaint relics from a bygone era, something to be dismissed with a chuckle and the notion that people were simply more tolerant back then. In reality, it's surprising how easily such brutal practices seeped into everyday life without much fanfare or resistance. It wasn't until 1822 that public flogging was abolished in England, due largely to growing pressure from reformers who argued for an end to these gruesome displays of punishment. But even as late as the mid-18th century, when the practice had already been discredited by many, it's not hard to imagine a world where such cruelty could pass without much comment, especially considering how often we find ourselves today silently accepting our own brand of petty cruelties and inconveniences in our daily lives. You continue walking through these narrow streets, trying to reconcile the image of Felix from 1535 with that of public flogging taking place not so far away. It's easy to wonder what kind of person would condone such punishments, but maybe it's more accurate to ask, how often do we ourselves participate in similar forms of cruelty when confronted by even minor inconveniences? Perhaps the most disconcerting thing is how easily these practices blend into our collective memory, with only faint echoes remaining as reminders that some things have changed, while others remain disturbingly unchanged. It seems almost as if time itself has become more fluid, allowing us to forget one moment and recall another at whim. The air begins to cool slightly now. A gentle breeze carries the scent of damp earth through these narrow streets, reminding you of Felix's inscription on that ancient building wall. There is something peculiar about walking in these old towns, where so much history seems condensed into every cobblestone. Every step echoes with whispers from centuries past, like secrets shared between those who have lived and died here over the years. As night deepens, it becomes harder to discern individual details. Faces blend together while sounds recede into an almost imperceptible murmur in your ears. This is perhaps where you notice something peculiar, the way shadows seem to twist themselves around buildings as though trying to escape from their own definition, casting silhouettes that appear eerily lifelike on walls. You begin to lose track of time, wandering through these narrow streets with no particular destination in mind. Hours blend together until all sense of chronology seems lost. Night has fallen over the town once more. Darkness gathers like a shroud around crumbling buildings and winding alleys, while you continue walking without purpose or direction. Tonight you've traveled through the misty veil of time, where forgotten fields stood idle for 6 weeks, and distant fires cast shadows on the walls of medieval monasteries. The river that gave Rome its name ran dry, leaving behind only whispers of a bygone era. You waded through the tides of history, collecting strange artifacts like the secret life of servants in 12th century castles, and the 3 things nobody teaches you about this era but should. But what connects all these fragments is the thread of human ingenuity, struggling to weave together the patchwork of our past. We see it in the medieval doctors who treated flatulence with dubious remedies, and in the peasants who lived off a diet as unremarkable as their names are lost to time. It's a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, which refuses to be extinguished even by the most mundane rules. If you'd like to keep exploring, you can gently tap like and subscribe so you don't miss the next journey. And if you feel awake enough, leave a comment and share where in the world you're listening from. As you drift towards sleep, the details of this night's travels begin to sink below the surface of thought. The shadows on the walls grow longer, and the distant fires fade into embers. Let go of the need to remember every forgotten field and dusty artifact. And so, like a river that runs dry only to be replenished by the next season's rains, memory flows in us, shaping our understanding of time itself.